Chapter 1. Yu Xuanxuan was woken up by the ringing of his phone. His whole body ached, his head felt like it was about to split open. Groggy and half-conscious, he reached out to answer, fumbling around the pillow for the phone, but couldn't find it anywhere. What the hell was going on? After a lot of effort, he finally opened his eyes. Before he could fully wake up or realize where he was, the annoyingly loud ringtone abruptly stopped. A deep, hoarse voice fell into his ear, "Speak." Shit, shit, shit. Yu Xuanxuan was startled so sharply that he instantly snapped awake, springing upright in bed. The sudden movement made the aches and numbness shoot from his tailbone all the way to the crown of his head. Pain twisted his face, and he gritted his teeth in agony. The man on the bed was also startled by Yu Xuanxuan's abrupt motion, sitting up a moment later. The two stared at each other for a long moment. Finally, the man pulled back the covers, put on a bathrobe, and, holding the phone, went out to the balcony. To be honest, the man was undeniably handsome, his face could rival any celebrity in the entertainment industry, his short hair neat, his muscles well defined, and even the fingers holding the phone were strikingly elegant. But Yu Xuanxuan had no mood to admire a pretty face. Because from the man's neck to his chest was a circle of ambiguous marks. Especially when he had his back turned, the taut lines of his back bore scratches, deep and shallow, even a blind person would know exactly how they got there. If this scene had happened under normal circumstances, Yu Xuanxuan could have teased with a joking comment about how wild he must be. But with just the two of them alone in the hotel room, he couldn't bring himself to laugh. He wanted to bash his head against the wall and die. Seeing the mess of clothes scattered on the floor, he hurriedly wrapped himself in a bathrobe and headed for the bathroom. Only for his legs to freeze mid-step. Something had emerged. At that moment, Yu Xuanxuan only wanted to bite someone. Yu Xuanxuan, you normally don't drink, but when you do, you go all out, huh? Damn it, if this guy's sick in the head, you're done for. Glancing at the man on the balcony making the call, he cursed the guy and all his ancestors, muttering about how someone could look decent but have such terrible taste in bed. Smack. He wasn't wearing slippers. Stepping barefoot onto something slippery, he looked down and saw a small, tied-up umbrella. Yu Xuanxuan. Isn't this a condom? At that moment, Yu Xuanxuan's memory finally snapped back. Indeed, it was that thing, the one he had insisted on keeping on last time, refusing to let the other person take it off, because he wasn't satisfied. Yu Xuanxuan. Bang. He smashed his head against the bathroom door. Damn it, 20 years of celibacy, and the first time he breaks it, it's like this? Yu Xuanxuan banged his head repeatedly against the door, the panels rattling loudly enough that the man on the balcony making the phone call glanced over at him. The back of his head clearly displayed his regret over his drunken misbehavior. Yan Qingchuan laughed out loud. After soaking in the bathtub for a while, Yu Xuanxuan gradually calmed down. He leaned back against the edge of the tub, staring at the overhead incandescent light. Yesterday, an accident had occurred on Yu Xuanxuan's film set. Due to a mistake by the props team, a fire broke out on location. The weather had been dry lately, and the fire spread quickly. He had barely managed to escape the flames when Jian Xizhou happened to arrive. Before Yu Xuanxuan could even ask him to get help to put out the fire, Jian Xizhou pressed on his shoulder and asked why he had only cared about himself and not Yu Qixia. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought Yu Qixia was his boyfriend. The worst part was that Yu Xuanxuan didn't even know Yu Qixia had been there with him. His face was blackened by smoke, his clothes and hair singed, yet no one on set asked if he was okay. Everyone had rushed straight to rescue Yu Qixia. Meanwhile, Yu Qixia had already escaped at the start of the fire. He hadn't suffered a scratch and his face was even cleaner than Yu Xuanxuan's. And then, not only did everyone fuss over him, worrying if he was scared, they even called an ambulance for him. Yu Xuanxuan, on the other hand, was completely forgotten. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt. He drove back to the hotel early and took a shower. Probably because of his bad mood, Yu Xuanxuan collapsed into bed after showering and had an absurd dream. He dreamed that the world was a novel. And that his half-brother was the protagonist, a universally adored heartthrob loved by everyone. And he was the exact opposite of the heartthrob, the unloved, unwanted, universally disliked one. His father didn't care, his mother didn't love him, and no one accepted him, the heartthrob's contrast, the man everyone hated. His boyfriend, Jian Shizhou, was the other male lead, the one who would eventually end up with Yu Qixia. Even his own mother, who had always thought he wasn't good enough and compared him unfavorably to Yu Qixia, would eventually be won over by Yu Qixia, accepting this illegitimate son as a reminder of Yu father's infidelity. And his current boyfriend, Jian Shizhou, would become his future husband and the obstacle in his love life. Naturally, he would do everything wrong, be betrayed and abandoned by everyone, end up with nothing, living like a rat scurrying through the streets. Waking up from this dream, Yu Zunqian's little brain was full of huge question marks. Ridiculous. Did being betrayed and abandoned require him to even have a family in the first place? With how little difference it made to him whether he had a home or not, what betrayal? What abandonment? He didn't believe in any of this nonsense dream. He'd rather think of it as his mind finding excuses in the dream to justify how everyone treated him unfairly. After all, Yu Xuanxuan had lost count of how many times similar things had happened. But because of this dream, his mood was absolute garbage. That night, he went to a nightclub, asking the manager to gather a bunch of handsome guys and beautiful girls for a party, the plain kind, nothing fancy. He didn't have friends he could really open up to, nor did he need any. After all, he hadn't yet discovered anything in this world that money couldn't solve. Loneliness or troubles. Who cares, if you have money? You can always find someone to keep you company. Laughable. And indeed, a fair number of people did send signals wanting to get closer to him. After all, he was handsome and rich. But, honestly, casual hookups weren't safe, and those male models weren't even as attractive as him. Yu Xuanxuan had no interest. As for how he ended up in bed with someone outside, Yu Zunqian's head hurt just thinking about it. After drinking too much, his memory was all fragmented, bits here, bits there. Frowning for a long while, he suddenly remembered a few scenes. 1. He was touching someone's face, saying, "Are you the new male model the manager got for me? Not bad looking." Another, he was clutching someone's pants leg, exclaiming, "Way hotter than that Jian Shizhou bastard. Selling yourself? Want to have sex with me?" Someone nearby, just from the sound of it, seemed to nod and agree, "You're drunk, definitely drunk." Yu Xuanxuan sank into the water. Face black with embarrassment. Drunk. Really drunk. Just as he was sulking, the bathroom door was knocked, and a tall shadow vaguely appeared on the frosted glass. "I'm not done washing yet." "I'll wash later," Yu Xuanxuan said. The moment he spoke, he realized his voice was hoarse, and he muttered, "Shit. Yan Qingchuan, I was about to order breakfast. Do you want some?" "Eat my ass." Yu Xuanxuan had intended to get out of the bathtub, but as soon as he moved, the soreness in his bones flared up, making him grit his teeth in pain. Hearing the noise, Yan Qingchuan asked, "Are you okay?" His voice sounded crisp and clear. Yu Xuanxuan ground his teeth and replied, "Not dead." After a moment, he asked, "Hey, you're not sick, are you?" Yan Qingchuan thought back to some events from last night and let out a soft laugh. "Nope." Then he asked, "Want me to get you some porridge?" Yu Zunqian's stomach growled in reply at just the right moment. Gritting his teeth, he spat out an aggressive, "Fine." After Yan Qingchuan left, Yu Xuanxuan lingered in the bathtub for a while longer. Only when he heard faint noises of breakfast being delivered outside did he finally climb out. The man was sitting by the window. Even in a standard hotel bathrobe, he somehow looked like he was wearing high fashion. One hand held a coffee cup, sunlight fell on him, and he looked as pleasing as a sculpture in an art school gallery. Definitely easy on the eyes. When Yu Xuanchuan approached, the man gallantly pulled out a chair for him. Yu Xuanchuan clicked his tongue in irritation. Seeing his reaction, Yan Qingchuan asked, "You seem upset with me?" "Yu Xuanchuan, I left that thing at your place last night. Let's see if you like it." Yan Qingchuan froze for a moment. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to." They had tangled all night until dawn, and both had nearly passed out. He honestly hadn't paid attention. No wonder they say there are one only overworked oxen. Never ruined fields is a crude Chinese idiom used as a sexual metaphor. It means, in sex, a man the ox might get exhausted from too much activity, but a woman that continue reading only overworked oxen, never ruined fields, Yu Xuanchuan muttered, poking the porridge in his bowl with the porcelain spoon in annoyance. Yan Qingchuan almost choked on his coffee. He coughed a few times, leaning back in his chair, letting out a low laugh. Yu Xuanchuan glared at him. Yan Qingchuan, still coughing, said with a grin, sorry. I'll schedule a checkup for you. Once the report's ready, send it to me, Yu Xuanchuan said, pushing his phone toward Yan Qingchuan. His WeChat QR code was displayed. Add me first. The man sat there, expression cold and sharp, as if a layer of frost had settled over his face. But surprisingly, his temper was good, he didn't get angry even when Yu Xuanchuan snapped at him repeatedly. Or so it seemed. He was scanning the QR code on his phone. But his mouth didn't hold back. "Now you're afraid I'm sick." Yu Xuanchuan scowled, staying silent. He really couldn't take out his frustration on him, because he remembered that he had actually asked several times not to use that thing, but the man had never agreed. He started passing the blame. "I wasn't in my right mind back then. I can't be held responsible for what I said or did. If you didn't want to, why not just insist? Letting go halfway through, what's that about?" Yan Qingchuan explained, "Relax. I wasn't sick. I didn't agree at the time because I was worried about you. But then you cried and made a scene, saying it was your first time, blaming me for looking down on you, smearing my clothes with your tears and snot. I couldn't argue with you, so I chose to believe you. You said something back then that you don't even remember," the man said, looking at him. "You said, 'Hurry, I'm not sick.' Are you not capable?" Which man could resist hearing that? A faint, teasing smile played on his lips, and the expression reminded Yu Xuanchuan of a once popular internet meme. "How would you respond if I answered you like this?" Yu Xuanchuan cracked. He held a spoonful of porridge midair for a long moment before it clattered back into the bowl. "No way." His scream split his throat, startling even the sparrows in the treetops below the hotel. "You're saying I crying and throwing a tantrum?" Yu Xuanchuan held up two fingers, gesturing back and forth between them, disbelief written all over his face, finally summing it up with a forceful, "Impossible. Don't even try to lie to me." As soon as he said it, fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Meeting Yan Qingchuan's pitch-black eyes, Yu Xuanchuan silently looked away and took a sip of his coffee. Absolutely impossible. All his emotions were written on his face, and his guilt was obvious. Yan Qingchuan raised his coffee cup, hiding the smile at the corner of his lips. Yu Xuanchuan turned his back to him and slammed his fist against his forehead a few times. "You're such a fool, Yu Xuanchuan, just a few drinks and you end up like this." He unconsciously spoke his thoughts aloud. Yan Qingchuan said, "You think it's just because of the alcohol?" Yu Xuanchuan turned his head. "What do you mean?" Yan Qingchuan pressed his temples. Looking closely, a trace of fatigue could be seen on his face as well. It wasn't just Yu Xuanchuan who felt drained. Yan Qingchuan, who had been up all night, wasn't feeling any better either. He asked, "Do you know how many times we last night?" Yu Xuanchuan looked utterly blank. The man made a gesture with his hand. Yu Zunchuan's eyes widened. That many times, and he didn't completely collapse. He really was gifted. No wait, he stared at the man. You actually counted? You're such a pervert. Is that the point, friend? Yan Qingchuan said helplessly. The point is. That number isn't normal. Someone drugged you. You Xuanchuan, huh? References. One only overworked oxen, never ruined fields is a crude Chinese idiom used as a sexual metaphor. It means, in sex, a man the ox might get exhausted from too much activity, but a woman the field won't be physically ruined or harmed by it. In short, it's a joking, slightly vulgar way of saying the man might wear himself out, but the woman will be fine. Chapter 2. Yu Xuanchuan had a remarkably good-looking face, rosy lips, white teeth, large, bright eyes, and jet-black pupils that looked like obsidian freshly pulled from a stream. But his face wasn't of the cute type. A defined jawline and a high, straight nose perfectly balanced the youthful look of his eyes, giving him a deep, striking appearance with a Hong Kong-style aesthetic. When he stared blankly at Yan Qingchuan with those famously big eyes recognized throughout the entertainment industry, Yan Qingchuan was reminded of Jiang Zhou's border collie, that ball of boundless energy. Unlike the half-conscious Yu Xuanchuan, Yan Qingchuan was fully aware. It was hard to say that rolling into bed with someone last night wasn't just a lapse of lustful desire, but he quickly realized something was off as Yu Xuanchuan repeatedly demanded without any rationality. After dragging him half forcefully into cold water and keeping him there for a while, Yu Xuanchuan gradually regained some awareness. But once conscious, he was even harder to deal with than when he was drunk. Yan Qingchuan vividly remembered the scene of him clinging to him, tearful, crying as if he'd suffered some unimaginable grievance. Those large eyes were like an uncapped faucet, initially, just quiet, subtle sobs. It wasn't until Yan Qingchuan forcibly pried open his mouth that he cried out loud. He looked like he had been terribly wronged. Then he alternated between whining and cursing. Sometimes cursing unfamiliar names, sometimes calling Yan Qingchuan useless. Even the glaring light above them wasn't spared. He was both funny and adorable, tormenting Yan Qingchuan all night and leaving him torn between laughter and exasperation. Yu Xuanchuan, however, woke up with no memory of any of it. His eyes were alert and wary, but he couldn't hide his frustration, making him look not particularly bright. Even when Yan Qingchuan laid everything out, Yu Xuanchuan didn't react. Huh? Yan Qingchuan, didn't you feel something was off? Yu Xuanchuan thought carefully and came up with nothing. From a scientific perspective, if he had really been wasted, he wouldn't have been able to even stand, let alone battle someone until dawn. The more he thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Seeing the frown on his forehead, Yan Qingchuan prompted, think about which drink made you feel dizzy and hot. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't recall. At that party, the manager had brought over 30 people. Everyone was drinking and having fun, anyone could have come over for a few drinks. But it still didn't make sense. He didn't know any of the people the manager had brought. Even if he did, they'd only know him as a washed-up minor celebrity who had money to spend at those kinds of entertainment venues, not some big shot. Why would anyone spike his drink? He couldn't figure it out. He stared at Yan Qingchuan for a few seconds. Could it have been you? Yan Qingchuan. Just then, room service arrived to deliver clothes. Yan Qingchuan gave Yu Xuanchuan a half-smile, more like a smirk than a genuine smile, then got up and left. It was only then that Yu Xuanchuan realized that Yan Qingchuan's face looked unfamiliar, he hadn't seen him in the private room before. He turned and called softly to his retreating back, "You're not the male model the manager got for me, are you?" Yan Qingchuan came back with 2 suits. He tossed one onto the sofa, clearly for Yu Xuanchuan. The other he held in his hand. With one hand, he untied the bathrobe's belt but didn't take it off. "So, I put in all this effort last night. Boss, how much are you planning to pay me?" Yu Xuanchuan's brain stalled. "How much do you want? For a male model of my quality? Not cheap, boss." Saying that, Yan Qingchuan went into the changing room. Yu Xuanchuan often hired one-ducks as Chinese slang for male escorts or gigolosmen who provide companionship or sexual services, usually for women though sometimes for men in entertainment or nightlife. Continue reading ducks for parties, but those were just for atmosphere. The only one he had actually ended up in bed with was the man in front of him. He knew the rates for the atmosphere crew, but overnight rates not so much. And a male model of this quality was indeed rare. Overall, Yu Xuanchuan hadn't lost out. But no matter the reason. No condom meant a 99-point deduction. Soon, the man came out, perfectly dressed in a crisp suit. Broad shoulders, long legs, it was pleasing to the eye. Yan Qingchuan waved the QR code for payment on his phone. Yu Xuanchuan didn't react immediately. What's that for? The suit made Yan Qingchuan's entire aura sharper. He opened his mouth. Payment. Boss isn't expecting a freebie from a male model, right? Yu Xuanchuan, hearing that come out of your mouth right now is not appropriate. Yan Qingchuan, oh. Yu Xuanchuan, dressed like that, it feels more like you're paying me for services. Yan Qingchuan chuckled lightly. That works. You wish, Yu Xuanchuan said, full of disdain. How could I possibly let you pay me? He unlocked his phone, ready to scan the code. Before he could, the QR code changed into an incoming call screen. Yan Qingchuan glanced at it and said to Yu Xuanchuan, I've got something to take care of. I'll go first. Just as Yan Qingchuan entered the elevator, a new message arrived on his phone. He opened it. Yu Xuanchuan had transferred 5,000 yuan. Attached note, I'm not satisfied with your services last night. This 5,000 is barely your appearance fee. Yu Xuanchuan barely touched the porridge on the table, collapsing onto the sofa like a puddle of mud, not even willing to lift a finger. He had never felt this exhausted in his life. Originally, he had been lying there with his eyes open, thinking about who had spiked his drink. But as he thought, he drifted off to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. Even after sleeping more than 10 hours straight, Yu Xuanchuan hadn't rested well. He had spent the entire night dreaming about being the universally disliked scapegoat again. Ridiculous. Yu Xuanchuan unlocked his phone. No unread messages. No missed calls. He realized belatedly that no one had informed him when the crew resumed filming after yesterday's fire. Although Yu Xuanchuan had a bit of a temper, he took his work seriously. Even if he was stuck in low-quality films, he had never skipped a day without reason. He had disappeared the whole day without notifying the crew, and no one had looked for him. Strange. He first sent a message to the crew to inquire. Then he opened Weibo and immediately saw the trending topic, Qixia responds to fans, no serious injuries. Below it was the entry about the fire on set. Yu Xuanchuan ignored the Qixia-related post and clicked on the fire entry, reading the crew's statement about the incident and the declaration that no one was hurt. The fire was caused by an unextinguished cigarette. Which idiot thought it was a good idea to hide in the prop room and smoke, and then toss the cigarette butt around? Scrolling through the comments, he saw everyone raging just like him, especially the fans of Qixia, who was supposedly the victim of the fire. As he kept scrolling, a photo appeared, him, his face blackened, standing outside the fire scene. Netizen, as everyone knows, Yu Xuanchuan smokes. Look at him, clearly he ran out of the fire. He must be the culprit. Yu Xuanchuan. Are you even speaking human language? That comment became popular, and the crew's official response would investigate the matter. Meanwhile, dozens of netizens, all Qixia fans based on their avatars and IDs, were tagging him, cursing at him, and demanding an explanation from the crew. Yu Xuanchuan's anger shot up like a flame. Damn it, he was the victim, okay? He shot upright, crossed his legs, and started typing furiously, the keyboard clicking like a drum. He was drafting a long rant that he hadn't sent yet, when suddenly the phone rang, his agent, who he hadn't contacted in ages. Yu Xuanxuan was too angry to even care. He answered the call only to hang up immediately and continue typing. The phone rang again. He hung up. It rang again. Yu Xuanxuan lost it. He answered, "Spit it out if you've got something to say." The agent on the other end was just as furious. "Yu Xuanxuan, you better explain what happened with your crew's fire. You want to act like a law-abiding citizen, fine, no one's stopping you. But don't drag the company into this, you can't afford it. If the crew or Chixia's side demands compensation, the company won't pay a single cent." Yu Xuanxuan normally couldn't be bothered with this idiot. But now, he was just walking straight into the fire himself. With all his anger pent up, he sneered, "Oh, so your crappy company treats me so well, huh? No resources, but quick to take a cut. I normally don't bother arguing with you, do you think I have a good temper? Yu Xuanxuan. Do you even have the right to casually call out to your father means me the one who's superior to you? It's a mocking, arrogant way of saying I'm the boss here, or I'm above you. When someone says your father, continue reading your father's name. You want me to explain things to you? Who the hell do you think you are? Clean your company's doorstep and wait for your dad to come tomorrow to terminate the contract, you idiot." Yu Xuanxuan threw the phone hard, it bounced twice on the sofa and landed by his leg. "If others get angry, fine. If I get angry, who can stop me? Not angry, not angry, not angry." He crossed his legs, folded his arms, and muttered "don't get angry" 800 times. Then suddenly, his eyes snapped open, "I'm so angry." Just as he was trying to calm down, a message from the crew came back. They said Yu Xuanxuan's filming was temporarily suspended. The fire he just got over came rushing back. Holding back his rage, he replied, "Why?" This time the crew responded quickly. On one hand, although no one was hurt, many props had been destroyed and needed to be replaced. On the other hand, the fire, though not massive, caused a huge stir among Chixia's fans, attracting the attention of the fire department. The entire film city had to undergo safety inspections, so all crews had to halt for a few days. Most importantly, the crew had to assign responsibility for the incident. If Yu Xuanxuan wanted to continue filming, he had to prove the fire had nothing to do with him. Yu Xuanxuan nearly laughed from anger. So the crew just blamed him because of one netizen's comment. "I've been filming for over a month now, have you ever seen me smoke on set?" He was furious enough to curse, but he couldn't unload his anger on the crew. His fingers nearly smoked from typing. The crew replied, "Free teacher is a respectful title used in the Chinese entertainment industry, not necessarily meaning a schoolteacher. When someone says Teacher Chi, it's a polite or formal continue reading. Teacher Chi said she saw you smoking in the prop room. Chi xia." Yu Xuanxuan jumped up from the sofa in an instant, twisting his waist in the process. He held his waist, scowled, and cursed, "Fuck. References. One ducks is Chinese slang for male escorts or gigolosmen who provide companionship or sexual services, usually for women though sometimes for men in entertainment or nightlife settings. To your father means me the one who's superior to you. It's a mocking, arrogant way of saying I'm the boss here, or I'm above you. When someone says your father in anger like does, they're not talking about being your real dad, they're using it to humiliate or dominate the other person, like saying. Free teacher is a respectful title used in the Chinese entertainment industry, not necessarily meaning a schoolteacher. When someone says Teacher Chi, it's a polite or formal way to address an actor, artist, or senior professional in the field. It shows respect for their experience or skill, similar to calling someone Mr. or Ms. but with more deference. Chapter 3. Yu Xuanxuan grabbed the clothes from the sofa and dashed into the bathroom. In less than half a minute, he bounced out on one foot, putting on his socks as he went, and slammed the door behind him. He headed straight home, the tires practically sparking against the driveway. With a bang, Yu Xuanxuan slammed the car door and strode into the villa in 2 long steps. You Qixia. Get out here. The butler hurried forward, frowning, lowering his voice to stop him. Young master, please, keep your voice down. Madam just went down for her afternoon nap. There was a hint of reproach in both his expression and tone. Yu Xuanxuan glanced at the time, 3 in the afternoon. His mom really knew how to pick her moments. Still, he lowered his voice a bit and asked, "Where's Yu Qixia?" His tone was sharp. And the butler knew this meant the young master had come back looking to stir up trouble. Whenever this eldest son came home, it was guaranteed to be chaotic. Not like the younger son, who always came back quiet and smiling. The butler grumbled silently and said, "Young master isn't home." Not home? He hasn't returned. The younger son, usually so dramatic about the slightest illness, hadn't come home to mope even after a fire at the set. The young master has a new drama starting, he hasn't been home during this period. The butler seemed to remember something, and added, "Aren't you and the young master in the same crew, eldest master?" Yu Xuanxuan, Yu Qixia told you that? The butler nodded. The young master has always wanted to get along with you. When he found out you were in the same crew, he even called father to mention it. I could tell from his tone he was looking forward to working with you, and he said a lot of good things about you. Eldest master. Why don't you tell Uncle Li why you don't like the young master? The housekeeper and several servants were standing by the kitchen doorway. From the corner of his eye, Yu Xuanxuan noticed their faces, also curious, silently comparing him to Yu Qixia. When Yu Xuanxuan was 12, his father brought home this younger brother, a 3-year younger illegitimate son. The story was that his biological mother had passed away, and the old man couldn't let his bloodline be left out in the world. When the boy arrived, he was tiny, sickly, and timid, and quickly won over everyone in the household. The most repeated line from the adults was the so-called "the child is innocent." Meanwhile, Yu Xuanxuan and his mother, who didn't accept this brother, were branded as unreasonable troublemakers. Yu Xuanxuan always found it ridiculous. The old man couldn't control his own business, yet demanded he accept the product of his infidelity. Why? And now they even dared to ask why he didn't like Yu Qixia. Yu Xuanxuan didn't bother to argue and turned to leave. Yu Xuanxuan. A familiar female voice fell at his ear. He turned, and Shi Yufu was standing on the second floor. Yu Xuanxuan resembled his mother, especially in those large eyes, which were almost identical to Shi Yufu's. But unlike Yu Zunqian's glossy, jet-black eyes, there was no light in Shi Yufu's. Her gaze was cold and detached, not as if she were looking at her own son, but rather at some work that failed to meet her standards. Shi Yufu twisted a string of prayer beads in her hand and said coolly, "Come up. I have something to say to you." The moment Yu Xuanxuan met her eyes, he couldn't help feeling irritated. He clicked his tongue and climbed the stairs with a face full of displeasure. The room smelled of sandalwood incense. When Yu Xuanxuan arrived, Shi Yufu was standing before a Buddha statue. Hands clasped in prayer. Yu Xuanxuan crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, refusing to step inside. "Spit it out quickly. I'm busy. Busy causing trouble for your younger brother?" Shi Yufu's eyes flicked toward him. "I don't have a younger brother," Yu Xuanxuan said. Shi Yufu didn't correct him, instead, she continued her scolding. "Look at how you're standing, making a ruckus even when you come home. What do you think you have to compete with Yu Qixia for? Here it comes again." Yu Xuanxuan knew she hadn't called him up here for any kind words. Whatever she said would come down to one thing: he wasn't good enough compared to Yu Qixia, and one day had be left out of the inheritance. He wanted to say, after all these years of practicing Buddhism, your greed is still this obvious, you're not even worried about upsetting the Buddha. But the words got stuck in his throat and he swallowed them. There was no point in saying any of it. He let it go in one ear and out the other, letting her nag a few sentences before it was enough. "You called me up just to say this?" Yu Xuanxuan straightened up. "Done. I'm leaving." "Did I tell you to leave?" Shi Yufu's cold tone remained. You're getting more and more disobedient. You weren't like this as a child. Yu Xuanchuan could only feel speechless. All his life, he had never heard a word of praise from her. He had endured 40-degree fevers to keep studying for her approval, practiced the cello until he fainted because she had been a professional cellist, all to make her satisfied, but whether he brought home perfect report cards or won first place in competitions, all he ever got was. There's nothing to be proud of. Getting a little achievement and feeling smug. You're still far from being excellent. No matter how hard he tried. Yu Xuanchuan never received so much as a single word of praise from Shiyufu. It only got worse after Yu Qixia arrived. In her eyes, Yu Xuanchuan, who was never perfect enough, now had an additional flaw: he wasn't as likable as Yu Qixia. Now that he had grown up, she was starting to reminisce about his childhood. And still wanted to control him like when he was a kid? As if that were going to happen. Do I need your permission to move my own feet? Yu Xuanchuan sneered. Or if I misbehave, are you going to punish me like when I was a child? Shiyufu twisted her prayer beads. I've seen your news. Oh, Yu Xuanchuan said, surprised, you even go online, how modern of you. Shiyufu ignored his sarcastic remark. Mother and son were always like this, sparring needle against needle. She continued on her own. Your father still doesn't know that you trapped Yu Qixia in the fire. The moment Yu Xuanchuan heard this, he exploded with anger. What do you mean I trapped Yu Qixia in the fire? That fire had nothing to do with me. Shiyufu looked at him with an expression that clearly said, you know the truth yourself. It doesn't matter to me whether you caused the fire, but since everyone believes it was you, it's only a matter of time before your father hears about it. The beads clicked lightly together. The wind outside flipped the sheets of paper with Buddhist scriptures on the table. Yu Xuanchuan heard his mother's cold voice. Who do you think you would choose between you and Yu Qixia? Looking into those calm eyes, all of Yu Zunchan's anger instantly vanished. He didn't even have the energy to mock her. Shiyufu went on, I'm not asking you to win everyone's favor like Yu Qixia, but constantly causing him trouble. What do you think you'll gain in the end? You have that energy, why not put it into something productive? You haven't achieved much in the entertainment industry anyway. While Yu Qixia focuses on being a star, you should focus on managing your influence in the company instead of competing with him as an actor, trying to outshine him at this. Yu Zunchan's expression also turned cold. Say that again. I'm not interested in the company, and even if we were competing, I entered the entertainment industry first. If anyone wants to compete, it's Yu Qixia who's competing with me. Shiyufu met his gaze for a few seconds. And have you achieved anything? After that question, the already tense atmosphere between them dropped to freezing. Yu Xuanchuan didn't bother to say a word. He turned and left. Going downstairs, the butler asked as usual, will the young master stay for dinner? The answer came in the form of Yu Xuanchuan slamming the car door shut. The drama he was filming at the time was the best script he had ever worked on in his 5 years in the industry. It was an original detective series written by a moderately well-known screenwriter in the industry, a light comedy. Because of a limited budget, none of the actors were big stars. Yu Xuanchuan had the role of the antagonist, and to prepare, he wrote tens of thousands of words just for the character's backstory. But just before filming officially began, the production suddenly secured a major investment, bringing in a lead actor with their own funding. At the first table reading, Yu Xuanchuan realized that this so-called financial god was none other than Yu Qixia. Yu Qixia had entered the industry 2 years after him. He used only the stage name Qixia, dropping his surname, and neither side had ever revealed their relationship. But the strange thing was, ever since he debuted, the two of them were always compared by netizens. Unlike Yu Qixia, who became an instant hit upon debut, Yu Zunchan's path in the entertainment industry was far from smooth. He was rumored to have had plastic surgery right from the start. Netizens scrutinized him frame by frame for so-called surgery traces. A casual remark on a variety show could be taken out of context, and even his fabricated habit of littering cigarette butts was twisted from him simply lighting a cigarette next to a trash can into a completely different story in the eyes of the public. Especially for every drama Yu Xuanchuan acted in, he went from one casting to another, often not even getting lead roles. Yet, by luck, some of those dramas became hits, and rumors spread that he had good resources or rich backers. Sometimes, Yu Xuanchuan really wanted to fling his keyboard at the netizens' faces and make them open their eyes properly, Yu Qixia, who debuted in lead roles in every project with funding brought in. That is what it means to have a wealthy backer. Damn it! Yu Xuanchuan also knew very well that the backer behind Yu Qixia was the Yu family. Yu Xuanchuan, entering the industry as an actor, was doing something seen as non-essential. Yu Qixia, on the other hand, had his father backing him up. And yet, Shi Yufu turned around to scold him for not having any achievements to show. Of course, after all, in his mother's eyes, Yu Xuanchuan could never have his father support him like Yu Qixia did, and that was proof of his incompetence, of being inferior. Although they shared the surname Yu, the Yu family wasn't ruled by that old man Yu Pei alone. If Yu Xuanchuan insisted on arguing, his mother would surely say something like, "They invest in Yu Qixia because he can bring a significant return," or "Yu Qixia has commercial value, what do you have?" Or "No matter how much money we spend on you, we won't see a thing. Yu Qixia, Yu Qixia." Ever since he was brought into the Yu family, his name felt like a curse clinging to Yu Xuanchuan. If killing weren't illegal, Yu Xuanchuan really would have dragged him into an alley and done it right there. He flipped through his contacts list, only to realize he had never saved Yu Qixia's number in the first place. Damn it! Yu Xuanchuan slammed his fist onto the steering wheel and looked up to see a red light approaching. The car in front had already slowed to a stop. He quickly pressed the brake, but it was too late. Bang, he collided with the back of the Bentley in front. Yu Zunchen's body was thrown forward by the impact, then yanked back by the seatbelt. In front, Yan Qingchuan, who was talking to someone, was jostled forward by the collision. Jiang Zhou quickly stopped him. "Are you okay?" Yan Qingchuan waved him off. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt. "I'll go check." Yan Qingchuan looked back and caught sight of Yu Xuanchuan in the driver's seat behind him. Yu Xuanchuan stared with his signature large eyes for a few seconds, then suddenly, as if possessed, bared his teeth and threw a flurry of air punches at the car in front. Yan Qingchuan chuckled lightly. Jiang Zhou gave him a curious look. "What are you laughing at?" By the time he asked, Yu Xuanchuan had already opened the car door and stepped out. The first thing Yu Xuanchuan did was apologize. "Sorry, big brother. No one in your car got hurt, right?" The rear-end collision was definitely his fault, but as long as no one was injured, everything else was a minor issue. He was good-looking, with eyes that curved when he smiled. As he spoke, he was peeling the packaging off a cigarette pack. Clearly someone who knew how to deal with people and was socially aware. It was a completely different demeanor from the temper he displayed around Yan Qingchuan. Jiang Zhou and Yan Qingchuan both looked out the window, glancing at Yu Xuanchuan and then at each other. Curiously, he asked, "Do you know each other?" Yan Qingchuan replied, "I made some extra money yesterday." Jiang Zhou blinked. "Huh? What? Extra money?" Yan Qingchuan said, "This is my boss." Jiang Zhou's expression froze. Chapter 4. "Big brother, do you want me to reimburse you for the repairs after this car is fixed, or should we send it in together with my car and you pick it up directly?" Yu Xuanchuan and the Bentley's driver had already moved the car to the roadside. Although it was a rear-end collision, both vehicles didn't look severely damaged. Still, the final assessment would depend on the insurance company's evaluation. The matter wasn't serious and could be resolved easily. As he spoke, he handed the driver a cigarette again. The driver's fingers were yellowed, and his teeth a bit blackened, clearly a long-term smoker, but he never took the cigarette from Yu Xuanchuan, saying the boss didn't like the smell of smoke. Yu Xuanchuan didn't press the issue further. Any matters regarding him needed to be confirmed with the boss. He smiled and nodded. Once the driver turned away, Yu Xuanchuan popped the cigarette into his own mouth, lit it, and the slight curve of his lips flattened immediately. The Bentley's rear window rolled down, and from his angle, he could barely make out a hint of black hair. He quickly diverted his gaze from the driver and focused on the slightly dented bumper, exhaling a puff of smoke. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't help thinking, if someone photographed him smoking on the street. Not only would it be another piece of solid evidence for the arson incident, but the rear-end collision could also be twisted online into a hitandron. It made him laugh in irritation. Before the driver could say much, the Bentley's rear door opened. Yu Xuanchuan stubbed out the half-finished cigarette in a nearby trash can. Then, unexpectedly, a face that was impossible to forget came into view. He instinctively scanned Yan Qingchuan from head to toe. Unlike yesterday when he left the hotel in a suit, today the man wore an oatmeal-colored linen shirt, the collar slightly open, sleeves rolled up, the hem tucked into his pants, which made his legs look even longer. Just standing by the roadside, he became a sight in himself. "Why are you?" Zunqin's words died halfway as the other man got out of the car. A man in a gray suit met his gaze, nodded slightly, and then left with the driver alone. Yu Xuanchuan looked at Yan Qingchuan, then the Bentley. And then Yan Qingchuan again. Investor. Using his charm to serve others. Truly a busy duck scratched that male model. Yan Qingchuan read every single thought flickering across Yu Zunqin's face. He smiled at him. "Boss, what a coincidence, huh?" Yu Xuanchuan gave a forced smile. "You're quite busy." "Not really. Work's done for today, so it's fine." Yu Xuanchuan had no mood to discuss Yan Qingchuan's unsavory work. He scowled, signaling, "They'll make a call." Although he didn't have Yu Qixia's number, getting in touch wasn't difficult. Jian Xizhou surely had it. The call rang for a while before being answered. "Hello." It wasn't Jian Xizhou's voice, which made Yu Xuanchuan pause for a moment, but he quickly realized, "Yu Qixia, are you with Jian Xizhou?" "Brother," Yu Qixia said cautiously, "don't misunderstand. Jian and I, it's not what you think." Yu Xuanchuan laughed angrily. "What do you think I think?" Yu Qixia panicked. "I was scared at the fire yesterday and couldn't sleep well at night. Jian was just worried about me, that's why he stayed with me." "Oh, so you two were together all night?" "We weren't." Yu Xuanchuan cut him off. "Where's Jian Xizhou?" "In the shower," Yu Qixia defended. "Brother, trust me. It's really not what you think. Jian and I have nothing going on." Jian Xizhou came out of the bathroom and immediately saw Yu Qixia sitting on the bed with his head down. His fluffy hair looked incredibly soft, his neck slender and pale with a faint pink hue. He was buried in the hotel's soft bedding, like a strawberry cream filling wrapped in soft whipped cream. Jian Xizhou went over, crouched by his feet, and slipped his bare feet into slippers. Looking up, he noticed Yu Qixia nervously fidgeting with the blanket. Further up, tears hovered but hadn't fallen, and the soft pink lips bore a deep bite mark. "Don't bite," Jian Xizhou warned. Afraid he might hurt himself. "What's wrong? Whose call was that just now?" Yu Qixia shook his head, turned away, and curled up in the blanket. Jian Xizhou took the phone, his expression darkening further when he saw Yu Zunqin's name in the call log. "He bullied you again?" Yu Qixia's voice was muffled. "No. I'll make a call." Jian Xizhou stood, quietly grabbing the hem of Yu Qixia's shirt. "Jian, don't argue with my brother. It's my fault." "Don't worry, no arguing," Jian Xizhou said softly, though if Yu Qixia had peeked out from under the blanket, he would have seen just how grim his expression actually was. One Xiao means little or young Xiao Xia was perfect in every way, except he was too kind. No matter how Yu Xuanchuan bullied him, he never held a grudge and always spoke up for him. Jian Xizhou couldn't understand why someone so gentle and adorable could never be tolerated by Yu Xuanchuan. Why couldn't Yu Xuanchuan just let it go? Why did he have to keep picking on him? Again and again. He dialed Yu Zunchan's number with a dark expression. On the other end, Yan Qingchuan said, "Your phone's ringing." "I'm not deaf," Yu Xuanchuan said, arms crossed, standing aside as the ringtone filled the air. "Not answering it? Why would it concern you?" Yu Xuanchuan looked over coldly. Even a fool could sense his current aggressiveness. Yan Qingchuan made a quick zipper-up gesture. He was in a very bad mood. And this kind of bad mood was very different from the kind a startled kitten has when it jumps 3 feet into the air at a minor shock. The phone kept ringing. Yan Qingchuan bit back his impatience for a moment, then couldn't resist. "Do you want me to answer it for you?" Yu Xuanchuan ground his teeth. "If you've got nothing to do, then scram." Yan Qingchuan nodded toward the Bentley. "Aren't we just waiting for the insurance company?" Yu Xuanchuan had no reply. Yan Qingchuan continued reasonably, "Look, if you don't answer, and he won't hang up. Wouldn't it be better if I took it for you?" Yu Xuanchuan glanced at him, his big eyes silently said, "Crazy." Yet somehow, he was convinced. Seeing Yu Xuanchuan hesitate, Yan Qingchuan gently nudged him with his elbow, "Hand me the phone." How shameless could this guy be? Yu Xuanchuan sighed and handed over the phone. Yan Qingchuan pressed the answer button immediately. Before Yu Xuanchuan could speak, the voice on the other end was already impatient. "Yu Xuanchuan, what did you just say to Xia?" "Forget it, it's pointless to ask. What good could possibly come out of your mouth? I know, you think there's something between us just because I let Xia answer the phone. Can you not be so sensitive?" "Sorry to interrupt," Yan Qingchuan cut in. Jian Xizhou froze and double-checked that had dialed the right number. "Who is this? Where's Yu Xuanchuan?" He's Yan Qingchuan tilted his head and met Yu Zunchan's gaze. "In the shower." "In the shower?" Jian Siz's tone turned harsh. "He's with you in the shower? Are you misunderstanding something?" Yan Qingchuan smiled. "It's not what you think." Jian Siz's anger flared like had been cuckolded, his voice squeezing through clenched teeth. "Late at night, 2 men together, showering, do you think I'd believe that? Let Yu Xuanchuan take the call." Yan Qingchuan sighed. Yu Xuanchuan stared at him, baffled. "He just wanted me to answer a call for him, and you insist on thinking we're having an affair." Yan Qingchuan winked at him, his expression saying, "I get you. Brother, you must have done this kind of sneaky thing plenty of times yourself, that's why you're so sensitive, right? PFT. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't help it, he laughed. On the other end, Jian Xizhou completely lost it. "Where the hell did you lunatic come from?" Yan Qingchuan shrugged and pointed at the disconnected phone. "He's triggered. Just now." Jian Siz's voice had been loud enough that Yu Xuanchuan heard it even without external amplification. Every time they argued before, Yu Xuanchuan was always the one to lose control in the end. Jian Xizhou always stood high above, blaming him, saying he was immature, hot-tempered, too sensitive. When had Yu Xuanchuan ever been pushed like this before? The thought that the other guy was now full of anger with nowhere to vent instantly lifted his mood. Even Yan Qingchuan looked more appealing than before. By the time the call ended, the insurance company had already arrived, taking photos and gathering evidence. Yu Xuanchuan stared ahead, fidgeting with his fingers. "And you, that is, thank you." Yan Qingchuan raised both hands, palms together, glancing left and right. Yu Xuanchuan frowned. "What are you doing? You didn't hear?" Yan Qingchuan asked. Yu Xuanchuan tilted his ear, listening carefully. "Hear what?" "A mosquito," Yan Qingchuan said. "Bzzz." Yu Xuanchuan. "Damn it." He turned and started walking. Yan Qingchuan quickly grabbed him, looking at the reddened outer edges of his ears and teasing, "Just kidding, just kidding. But I really didn't hear what you just said." Yu Xuanchuan turned back. Although he tried to suppress it, the emotions in his eyes betrayed a hint of embarrassment. The neon lights of the street reflected in them, making his eyes glisten like water. He tilted his head to avoid Yan Qingchuan's gaze. "How much do you make a month?" This time, Yan Qingchuan couldn't hold it in, turning to the side and laughing for a long while. When Yu Xuanchuan, clearly annoyed, said, "Forget it, never mind," and tried to walk away, he finally asked, "Boss, you want to hire me?" "I'm not. I'm just asking." "Oh, just asking, I get it. I'm really just asking casually." "Boss, no need to explain. I really get it." Yu Xuanchuan, don't believe it. "Fine." Yan Qingchuan smiled faintly. "I believe you." Yu Xuanchuan didn't. He took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to hit someone. The insurance company had someone drive the car away. Yu Xuanchuan called a separate car to leave, but when he turned, Yan Qingchuan had hopped into a taxi right behind him. Yu Xuanchuan asked, "Why are you following me?" "Boss, since you hired me, of course I have to follow you, He was cut off as Yu Xuanchuan covered his mouth. Yu Xuanchuan was exasperated. He didn't dare look at the driver's expression, grinding his teeth in frustration. "What nonsense are you talking? When did I ever say I hired you?" Yan Qingchuan pulled his hand back and leaned close to his ear, speaking like a secret agent meeting another. "What you just said." The warm breath on his ear made Yu Xuanchuan shrink his neck. He glanced slightly sideways, close enough to clearly see Yan Qingchuan's thick, separated eyelashes, and a thought flashed through his mind. Not bad, really skilled. Those skills fluttered, and then Yan Qingchuan gave a wink. In Yu Zunshan's head, a mischievous voice echoed, "Hey. Yu Xuanchuan. What kind of crazy person escaped from which hospital?" In the rearview mirror, their heads stacked together looked like they were about to kiss. The driver really didn't want to watch, but he couldn't help himself, eyes flicking back and forth between the road ahead and the mirror, completely busy. "Sorry, I really don't want to disturb you. Sorry, I'm not being anti-gay. Sorry, I know the mood is just right. But where are we going?" Yu Xuanchuan suddenly snapped out of it and shoved Yan Qingchuan away. The latter, caught off guard, hit the glass behind him. Xingmei Film and Television Base. References. One Xiao means little or young. Chapter 5. The film and television base was located in the suburbs of the capital. Nearly 60 kilometers from the city center. At this time, the evening rush hour hadn't yet ended, and the roads leaving the city were still somewhat congested. It took nearly 2 hours to get Yu Xuanchuan to his destination. The film city was brightly lit, and many crews were still at work, including Yu Zunshan's own team. Although they were said to have stopped filming, it was really just a pause in their production schedule. After all, once a TV drama starts filming, every second costs money. As soon as Yu Xuanchuan appeared, everyone couldn't help but stop what they were doing, eyes following his every move. The looks on their faces, how to describe them? Disdain, contempt, disgust. How dare he show his face here? Almost burned down the entire crew and didn't even apologize. He saw the fire and ran away. What kind of apology can you expect? If he had noticed something wrong right away and put out the fire, none of the later problems would have happened. Intentional arson, how many years would that be? It's hard to say he didn't know Teacher Chi was inside on purpose. Seriously, they should give him at least 10 years, right? Who's that handsome guy beside him? His patron? Countless voices full of malice surrounded Yu Xuanchuan. He stared straight ahead, lips pressed tight, back rigidly straight. Although he tried to ignore it all, the fire in his eyes could not be concealed. Yan Qingchuan lowered his gaze. Yu Zunshan's hand, hanging at his side, was clenched so tightly that the veins stood out. "Does your palm hurt?" Yan Qingchuan asked, pressing on Yu Zunshan's trembling hand and using some force to pry apart the fingers trapped in his palm. Look, look. They're holding hands. Two men all lovey-dovey, so disgusting. Maybe they were thoroughly loved last night. So shameless, ha ha ha. Yu Zunshan's anger flared, say that again. Before he could react, Yan Qingchuan held him down and then pushed him behind himself. The man was tall, nearly 1.9 meters, standing in front of him like a solid, dark wall. No matter the scrutinizing gazes from above or the harsh words around, all were blocked by this wall. Yu Xuanchuan was stunned. The crew members, who had thought they were whispering quietly and laughing flirtatiously, were also frozen in place. The atmosphere was slightly tense. After a long moment of silence, Yan Qingchuan spoke in a calm voice, "Why is everyone quiet? Keep going." It sounded like a casual remark, laid back and unconcerned, but it carried an overwhelming pressure. His aura was so strong that the moment he stood there, the group had already collapsed internally. Now they shrank their necks like quail, glancing at each other with awkward expressions, trying to sneak away from their tasks. When facing Yu Xuanchuan, they had been brazen, relying on the fact that he was a public figure. To avoid being scrutinized, Yu Xuanchuan had to tolerate it. If he lost control, acted out, or threw a tantrum, it would all fall into their trap, like responding to a dog whistle. But with Yan Qingchuan, it was completely different. Not even counting the subtly flexing biceps under his tight sleeves, just his height, casually standing tall like a crane among chickens, was enough to intimidate. No one dared to act rashly, not a single person dared to argue. One or two could only hang their heads, awkwardly fiddling with their hands. If Yu Xuanchuan didn't have other matters to attend to, Yan Qingchuan wouldn't have minded standing there and letting them stew in their embarrassment. He turned to Yu Xuanchuan, "Let's go." His sharp, commanding presence hadn't even receded yet. Yu Xuanchuan, unprepared, instinctively followed behind him. Even after walking a fair distance, the others were still stunned. Yan Qingchuan snapped his fingers in front of Yu Xuanchuan, "Hey! Stop zoning out, this way." The two reached an intersection. Yu Xuanchuan shivered as he came to his senses, staring at Yan Qingchuan, who seemed completely different from before. He hesitated to speak, paused for 2 seconds, then turned and walked away. Yan Qingchuan caught up. Whenever he closed the distance, Yu Xuanchuan quickened his pace, leaving him only the back of his head. "Yan Qingchuan. What are you running for?" Yu Xuanchuan didn't know himself, he simply didn't know how to face Yan Qingchuan. All his life, no one had ever stood in front of him in a protective stance like this. Protective? Who? Of him? Mind your own business. This unfamiliar thought made Yu Xuanchuan frown tightly. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings, he was just annoyed and restless. Yes, he was irritated. "Don't follow me." Yu Xuanchuan snapped, angrily shaking off the person behind him. He had come to the crew to find evidence. If he hadn't done it, then he hadn't. He absolutely wouldn't take the blame for the fire. The props department had surveillance, and although some of it had been damaged by the fire, the footage had already been uploaded to the cloud before it was destroyed. Yet when he asked to see it, the person in charge wore a complicated expression that seemed hard to explain in words. Yu Xuanchuan frowned. "What's wrong? We were planning to contact you tomorrow." The evidence was clear, but the person in charge didn't understand why Yu Xuanchuan was being so stubborn. Then again, it made sense, whether intentional or not, no one wanted to admit to such a serious incident as arson. She handed him a tablet showing the surveillance footage. The person in the frame appeared abruptly at the edge of the camera's view. The image quality wasn't high, and when zoomed in, it was too grainy to make out facial features. Only a blurry side profile holding a cigarette. The cigarette was tossed aside casually. Nearby hung rows of costumes that had been rejected during makeup tests. Despite the blur, Yu Xuanchuan recognized the high-bridged nose and deep-set eyes immediately. "Mr. Yu, if this is pursued seriously, you could face criminal charges. But we believe you didn't do it intentionally. Only the production's senior staff have seen the footage. For the sake of your future work and life, we won't release it. Let's just treat this fire as an accident. Yu Xuanchuan felt like he was listening to a foreign language. He knew every word, but hearing it made it feel absurd. So absurd that he almost laughed. This isn't me. This isn't you, then who is it? The stage manager asked. The staff were growing impatient. If it weren't for orders from above to suppress the matter, Yu Xuanchuan would have been taken away by the police already. Having connections was a blessing. A massive incident like this could be brushed off with a single word, accident. Mr. Yu, making mistakes is human. The video is right here. Why insist? We've already said we won't pursue you. The person in charge looked at him coldly. However, we really can't continue working with you on this production. Well, say that you withdrew due to health reasons. Please have your team cooperate with this explanation. No, it really wasn't me, Yu Xuanchuan exclaimed, frustrated and raising his voice. It's clearly Qixia. Can't you tell? Look at that, refusing to admit it and even trying to smear an innocent person. That's some serious jealousy. The staff exchanged glances. They didn't say a word, but Yu Xuanchuan could feel the ridicule in their expressions and eyes. What do you mean by that? I said it's not me, it's not me. Why would I lie? Bring Qixia here and have him confront me directly. I want to ask him who is in this footage. Someone pursed their lips, whispering, but Mr. Qi smokes sometimes. I've already said it. I've never smoked on set. Especially not in the props department. Yu Zunshan's eyes turned red, veins bulging in his neck, but no matter how much he protested, no one would listen. The feeling of being unable to prove himself was suffocating. Yu Xuanchuan paced like a trapped beast. I said it's not me. What do you want me to do for you to believe me? What's with all the overreaction? We have so many eyes here, do you really think we could mistake you? The person in charge spoke with a half-smile. Who told you to smoke right in front of the cameras? Everyone else wore expressions of impatience, their teasing gazes falling on Yu Xuanchuan as if he were a clown in a circus. Damn it! Yu Xuanchuan kicked over a nearby equipment box. The loud crash startled everyone. The staff quickly formed a protective circle around the person in charge, stepping back repeatedly as if Yu Xuanchuan were some kind of monster. Everyone nearby turned to look. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yu Xuanchuan stepped forward, but the crew reached out in fear to stop him. What are you trying to do? Don't come closer. They were terrified. And all the eyes on Yu Xuanchuan were judging him. It was as if everyone wore the same face, bore the same expression, and encircled him, mocking, ridiculing, accusing, and judging him. Again, it was always like this. He hadn't done anything, so why did everyone assume it was his fault? He didn't want to argue anymore, nothing he said would matter now. Yu Xuanchuan turned to leave, but someone behind him muttered, "Who is that?" Snap. The last fragile thread of so-called reason in his mind finally broke. Yu Xuanchuan spun around. Radiating a murderous energy, like an Azura clawing its way out of hell. Say that again. Yan Qingchuan, who had been waiting outside and was about to leave, heard the commotion and came over. He arrived just in time to see the scene. Striding forward, he grabbed Yu Xuanchuan by the wrist before he could reach the other person, pulling and lifting with all his strength to restrain him. The crew huddled together, still shaken. Is he insane? Like a rabid dog. Right? Terrifying. Yu Xuanchuan struggled violently in Yan Qingchuan's arms, clearly losing control of his emotions. Good thing I didn't leave yet. If you'd thrown a punch at someone's face, you'd be done for, you know that? Yan Qingchuan muttered, holding Yu Xuanchuan firmly with one hand, while the other cupped his chin, forcing him to look at him. Calm down. It's me. Yu Xuanchuan bit down hard on his hand. As Yan Qingchuan recoiled in pain, he freed himself and swung a backhand slap. The sharp smack echoed. Yan Qingchuan turned his face to the side. Get lost. Uttering the word viciously, Yu Xuanchuan didn't spare him a glance, rushed into the street, hailed a taxi, slammed the door, and sped off. His hands shook involuntarily with anger as he fumbled for his phone. After pressing several times, he finally dialed Jian Siz's number. The voice on the other end immediately demanded, Yu Xuanchuan, who was the man that answered your call tonight? Yu Zunchen's voice was cold. Let Yu Qixia answer the phone. Jian Sizhou exclaimed, are you out of your mind again? Let Yu Qixia answer the phone. He enunciated each word deliberately. Jian Sizhou, impossible. Yu Xuanchuan was silent for a moment. Fine. Fine, what do you mean the call had already been disconnected? Staring at the dark screen, Jian Siz's face darkened. He took 2 deep breaths before walking across the living room to Yu Qixia's door. His expression of displeasure softened into a gentle smile as he lightly knocked twice. Xia, in coming in. Jian Sizhou pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit. The bathroom door was open and its light still on, letting a faint mist drift into the room. Yu Qixia's fair little face was buried in the blankets, his hair messy, damp patches spreading on the pillow. He had gone to bed without drying his hair. Jian Sizhou couldn't help but indulge this childish side of him with a fond, helpless affection. Yu Qixia was sleeping deeply, letting out cute little snores that made Jian Sizhou reluctant to wake him. Although he didn't know what Yu Xuanchuan had gone crazy about this time, if anything really happened, he would just protect him. It was probably just jealousy over Yu Qixia. Some inexplicable possessiveness. A calm explanation to Yu Xuanchuan and a little coaxing would fix it. Thinking this, Jian Sizhou frowned. Yu Zunchen's suspicion extended even to his relationship with Qixia. His jealousy was just too extreme. His possessiveness was strong, wishing that only he existed by his side, which made it hard to like him. Jian Sizhou fetched a towel and gently dried Yu Qixia's still damp hair. Yu Qixia groggily opened his eyes. Brother Jian. It's okay, Jian Sizhou said with a soft smile. Go back to sleep. Oh. Yu Qixia obediently closed his eyes again. Jian Sizhou chuckled to himself, thinking it would be nice if Yu Xuanchuan were as cute and clever as Qixia. Bang! 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 Suddenly, someone started pounding on the door, each knock louder than the last. Jian Sizhou immediately realized it was Yu Xuanchuan outside. Fortunately, Yu Qixia was the kind who slept through anything. Only shifting slightly in his arms to a more comfortable position. Jian Sizhou ran his hand over his hair, it was now completely dry. He carefully moved him from his arms to the bed and, wearing a serious expression, closed Yu Qixia's bedroom door. In the living room, the pounding grew more violent and deafening, accompanied by kicks. Like a mad dog. Chapter 6. Jian Sizhou, wearing a dark expression, flung the door open, and his gaze froze when he saw the person outside. His brows knitted tighter. What happened to your face? Yu Zunchen's skin was fair, so any marks were immediately noticeable. Now, deep finger marks were etched across his cheeks, the red and white interwoven in a shocking display. He had already noticed the imprints on both sides of his face back in the car, when the driver kept glancing at him. At the time, Yan Qingchuan had used considerable force to calm him down, and even now, the spots he had squeezed still ached faintly. Nothing. Yu Xuanchuan had no mood to explain anything and pushed Jian Sizhou aside. Jian Sizhou didn't expect him to be so strong. His eyes darkened, and the pressure around him instantly dropped. Not even letting me care about you now? Jian Siz's hands were quick as he grabbed Yu Xuanchuan. All the frustration he had been holding since yesterday finally had someone to vent on. Yu Xuanchuan, can you think about the consequences before you act? Stop being so impulsive. I just managed to suppress the incident with the fire on set, and now you're fighting with someone else. Have you thought about how much trouble you're causing me? Yu Xuanchuan coldly freed his hand and twisted open the nearest door. No one was inside. He tried another room, but Jian Xizhou, moving faster than he anticipated, pressed his hand against the doorknob before he could open it. Yu Xuanchuan, when will you start thinking about me? I don't expect you to be gentle and considerate like other lovers, but can you at least be sensible and give me less to worry about? Yu Xuanchuan tried the doorknob several times, but Jian Siz's blocking prevented him from opening it. He knew Yu Qixia was inside. Let go. He finally looked Jian Xizhou directly in the eyes. That gaze made Jian Xizhou notice something was wrong. The finger marks on Yu Zunchen's face weren't right. What happened to your face? Jian Xizhou raised his hand to grab Yu Zunchen's chin, wanting a closer look. Jian Xizhou was 2 years older and half a head taller. Previously, he had been pushed away due to Yu Zunchen's unpreparedness, but now, using some force, he caught Yu Xuanchuan off guard and held his chin. He frowned, scanning Yu Zunchen's face. Men didn't fight like women, pulling hair or slapping each other's faces. How could Yu Xuanchuan have fought someone and ended up with 5 finger marks across the front of his face? It looked more like someone had grabbed his chin. Grab his chin. Earlier, an unfamiliar male voice had sounded over the phone, and Jian Siz's face went green. Who is he? Yu Xuanchuan met his gaze evenly. Let go. Jian Xizhou was furious. Yu Xuanchuan, no matter how many times I explain, are you going to get jealous over Qixia? Just because I had him help answer the phone, you went outside and messed around with some other man? Are you trying to get back at me? His grip tightened, and Yu Xuanchuan winced in pain. He said it again, I said let go. Jian Xizhou wouldn't relent. I'm asking you, who is he? He's your dad. Yu Zunchen's fist shot out, fast and fierce, smashing squarely into Jian Siz's nose. The latter staggered back half a step from the impact. Yu Xuanchuan had thrown the punch with full force. Jian Xizhou was stunned, and it took several seconds for the dull ache to register. Bending his head, a drop of crimson blood fell onto the carpet. Followed by a steady stream, as if rain had started. Taking advantage of the moment, Yu Xuanchuan kicked open the nearby door. It slammed into the wall with a loud thud, snapping Jian Xizhou out of his daze. Fearing that Yu Xuanchuan might do the same to Yu Qixia, he panicked instantly. Yu Xuanchuan. The commotion at the door woke Yu Qixia in bed. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up groggily. Seeing the approaching figure, he hesitated, voice wavering, Big brother. Yu Xuanchuan. Jian Xizhou chased after him, paying no attention to his own nose, hastily grabbing a towel to wipe it. Yu Qixia's eyes widened at the vivid color on the towel. Brother Jian, what happened? Why is it all blood? He tried to get out of bed, but before his feet touched the floor, Yu Xuanchuan grabbed his wrist and dragged him down. At this moment, Yu Xuanchuan was terrifying, a stormy expression on his face, silent, not even giving him a chance to put on shoes. Yu Qixia was pulled out of the bedroom. Stumbling in panic. Big brother? What's going on? Why is your face like that too? Did you fight? Because of me? Brother Jian and I didn't. Can you let go of me first? It hurts. He struggled a few times, but he was no match for Yu Xuanchuan. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry a single finger free. Meanwhile, the white, delicate wrist in Yu Zunchen's grip was visibly reddening. Yu Zunchen's fury was so overwhelming that even Yu Qixia couldn't resist it. A fragile little kid like him was completely helpless. Jian Xizhou, anxious, grabbed Yu Qixia's other hand. Together, they pushed in the same direction and finally managed to restrain Yu Xuanchuan. Yu Xuanchuan, you hit me just now, and now you're trying to hit Qixia? Jian Xizhou tried to shield him behind himself, but pulling him didn't work. He was furious. To avoid being dragged away by Yu Xuanchuan, Yu Qixia leaned almost entirely on Jian Xizhou, eyes reddening. Big brother. You really misunderstood me and brother Jian. We didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, you can check my room. Brother Jian's room is next door, we didn't stay together. Yu Qixia kept repeating the same line, looking wronged, which only aggravated Yu Xuanchuan further. All he wanted was to clear things up with Yu Qixia. Whether the two of them had anything going on was none of his business. Even if they rolled onto the bed in front of him, he wouldn't care to look. His relationship with Jian Xizhou had long been effectively nullified, after he had repeatedly leaned toward Yu Qixia. He closed his eyes, forcing down the fire in his chest. His voice was hoarse when he spoke. Yu Qixia, you were caught smoking in the props department on surveillance. You're coming with me to the set right now to explain this clearly. Before a single word of I could leave his mouth, Jian Xizhou couldn't hold back. His voice was cold as February frost. Yu Xuanchuan. Do you think Qixia is like you, constantly smoking and drinking? Yu Xuanchuan really didn't want to pay Jian Xizhou any attention, but he couldn't ignore someone being deliberately annoying. His voice turned even colder. Did I ask you? Are you Qixia's dog? You're ready to snap before he even speaks. Jian Xizhou snorted, equally full of anger. Who's the crazy dog snapping at everyone? First you suspect me, and even after Qixia explains, you don't listen. Then you go out and mess around, bring back all this ambiguous evidence, trying to get back at me. You think I care? At first, Yu Qixia was nervously trying to mediate, but hearing Jian Xizhou's words, he looked at Yu Xuanchuan in surprise. After a few seconds of blankness, he turned to speak on his behalf. Brother Jian, my brother isn't that kind of person. You've definitely misunderstood him. Big brother, tell brother Jian, how could you do something like that when you like him so much? The two of them kept talking past each other, utterly maddening. Yu Qixia was furious but tried to stay calm, forcing himself to ignore the noisy arguing. Yu Qixia, I'm asking you, if it was clearly you smoking in the props department, why are you trying to frame me? I didn't. Enough. Who is framing whom? Jian Xizhou, noticing Yu Qixia's fear, stepped aside, blocking Yu Zunchen's domineering gaze. Since you've seen the surveillance, how can you shamelessly say that? Qixia always thinks of you, and even seeing it was you on the footage, he still tried to take the blame. And you, Yu Xuanchuan, when you make a mistake, you have to take responsibility. Brother Jian, it's not like that. Yu Qixia started. Yu Zunchen's sharp ears caught the hidden meaning. What do you mean? You were there too. Even if Yu Qixia stepped forward to claim responsibility on the surveillance, would anyone believe him? Was everyone in the world blind, unable to tell him and Yu Qixia apart? Ha 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 ha. It was too absurd, too ridiculous. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't help laughing aloud. Taking advantage of the moment, Jian Xizhou freed Yu Qixia's hand from Yu Zunchen's slightly loosening grip. Yu Qixia's skin was pale and delicate, like cream, making the red marks crisscrossing his wrist all the more shocking. Jian Xizhou's heart ached. Does it hurt? I'm fine, but my brother Yu Qixia looked worried. Yu Zunchen's laughter abruptly stopped. He pressed his fingers hard against the temple that throbbed from the intense heartbeat. Yu Qixia, tell me, who was smoking in the props department? I. Qixia, don't be afraid of him. If you didn't do it, then it wasn't you, Jian Xizhou said firmly, shielding him behind himself. Yu Xuanchuan, don't go too far. Do you think your intimidation will change anything? Yu Xuanchuan paced back and forth in the living room. Jian Xizhou's normally stern face now held no warmth at all. Or do you think I can't tell right from wrong? And that I'll always side with you just because you're my boyfriend? Yu Qixia's eyes welled with tears, looking extremely aggrieved. It's not like that, brother Jian. Qixia. You're too soft-hearted. That's why he keeps bullying you over and over. You treat him like a brother. Do you think he really sees you as a little brother? But The two of them were acting like some TV drama scene, and Yu Xuanchun grinned, casually grabbing a half-empty bottle of alcohol left on the coffee table by someone. "Jian Xizhou," he called softly. Jian Xizhou turned around, not yet seeing Yu Zunqin's face, when Yu Qixia's startled shout rang out, "Brother Jian!" Bang! The bottle cut through the air and smashed against Jian Siza's head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yu Xuanchun didn't expect the bottle to be so solid. Even after hitting Jian Xizhou, there wasn't a single crack. Decent quality. Thinking this, he raised his hand toward Yu Qixia. "Ha!" Yu Qixia screamed, clutching his head. But the expected pain never came. He cautiously opened his eyes and saw the bottle held high, Jian Xizhou clutching his head in pain while gripping Yu Zunqin's hand tightly. Yu Qixia was completely stunned, his mind blank, even struggling to breathe. Yu Zunqin's swing had been merciless, and the very sound of air being sliced indicated the force behind it. Had it hit him, it probably could have cracked his skull open. Jian Xizhou, too, felt a wave of fright. He couldn't imagine what might have happened if had moved even a fraction slower. His ears rang, his head ached, and seeing Yu Qixia still frozen, he croaked, "Qixia, come here." Yu Qixia snapped back to reality, weakly getting to his feet and hiding behind Jian Xizhou. He clutched Jian Siza's clothes, hands trembling uncontrollably. Qixia was scared. Jian Xizhou noticed. But if he looked closely, he would see that the hand he was holding was trembling too. Yet he didn't care about a single detail on Yu Xuanchun. "Are you trying to kill someone, Yu Xuanchun?" Jian Xizhou seethed. "When did you become so unreasonable and impossible to communicate with?" Yu Xuanchun spun and delivered a kick. He had trained for over 2 months for the fight scenes in this drama. Jian Xizhou, used only to the gym, reacted too slowly and stumbled backward, wincing in pain. Yu Xuanchun raised his hand and hurled the bottle, crash. It shattered on the floor, liquid splashing everywhere. "I'll fucking show you what it really means when I set fire." Amid their terrified stares, he pulled out a lighter, striking it twice before it ignited. The silver lighter spun and fell to the ground. Yu Qixia couldn't react in time, and flames shot up instantly. Jian Xizhou panicked, shielding Yu Qixia, and yelled at Yu Zunqin's back, "Yu Xuanchun, you're insane." The answer came in the form of a dining chair hurled from the restaurant. Chapter 7. It was still not yet late at night. The city lights blazed, cars streamed endlessly along the streets, and the warm evening breeze carried the scent of frying woks from roadside vendors and the shouts from the night beer stalls. "How do you walk like this? Watch where you're going." 2 or 3 pedestrians rubbed their shoulders, bruised from being bumped, voicing complaints in waves. Yu Xuanchun ignored them completely. He walked into an empty alley and suddenly kicked over a trash can. The half-height bin clanged to the ground, scattering a group of scavenging stray cats. One yowled, leapt, and clawed at Yu Zunqin's calf before its fur bristled as it disappeared into the depths of the alley. Anger made his head spin, his blood surging upward, a nameless fury burning in his chest, reddening his eyes. Fuck. With no outlet for his rage, he pounded his fists against the wall. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the other end of the alley. A figure in a school uniform ran out from the shadows. Her panicked eyes widened further when she saw a man under the streetlight, head bowed, standing in front of her. Compared to the approaching figures behind, this man was taller and stronger, his hands and the wall beside him smeared with blood. Her youthful face was full of fear, too terrified to move forward or backward. "Run! Why aren't you running?" A middle-aged man with a face full of scars emerged from the darkness, holding a belt. "Your mother's not home today. How I punish you is none of her business, it's all up to me." The high school girl backed against the wall, trembling, "Don't come over here." The man's coarse voice roared, "Little bitch. You eat my stuff, you dare complain about me? I'll fucking kill you." He raised the belt to strike, but froze mid-swing. Turning his head, he met a pair of eyes cold as ice. She said, "Don't come over. Don't you understand?" The expected pain never came. Instead, a voice like heavenly music rang out. An angel? Had an angel come to save her? The girl opened her eyes, tears blurring her vision, unable to clearly see the tall young man standing against the light. Only his eyes shone with astonishing intensity, a terrifying mix of wrath and resolve. "Mind your own fucking business." The middle-aged man, drunk and enraged, swung his hand. Yu Xuanchuan blocked it with a raised arm. His pent-up anger had nowhere to go. The man collided with a literal wall of force, his head smashed as if he were a pig. The man collapsed, begging for mercy, stammering his apologies. Yu Xuanchuan did not stop, fists flying relentlessly. Even he couldn't tell whether he was standing up for someone or just venting his own rage. It wasn't until the high school girl clung to his arm, sobbing, "Stop. Stop. If you hit him again, you'll kill him." Only then did Yu Xuanchuan release the man's collar. The man scrambled away, rolling and crawling out of the alley. Although the violence had been stopped for now, the thought of the more severe beatings he might face later made the girl cry all the harder, "Your hands." Yu Xuanchuan shook his numb right hand, blood droplets flying to the ground with the motion. He didn't care, "It's fine." He wanted to smoke, and after asking the girl if she minded, and getting a negative answer, he took a cigarette from his pocket and put it between his lips, patting himself down but realizing he couldn't find his lighter. Her crying was making him irritated, and now he couldn't even smoke. "Stop crying," Yu Xuanchuan said coldly. The girl sniffled and suddenly said, "Your voice, it's really nice." She didn't know how to describe the beautiful timbre with its faint metallic undertone. She had never heard anything like it before. And she felt she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Yu Xuanchuan found a high school girl's spontaneous thinking hard to understand, but such a direct and pure compliment, he hadn't heard one in many years. His gaze flickered down at the ground, and Yu Xuanchuan smiled. Although the smile vanished almost instantly, too fast for the high school girl to catch. "Is he your dad?" Even though Yu Xuanchuan had a vague guess, he still wanted to confirm. "My stepdad," the girl said softly. Yu Xuanchuan didn't press further. He began rifling through his wallet. "I'll give you money. Don't go home. What grade are you in? You could live in the dorms or rent a place near school." The girl naturally wanted to escape this suffocating family, but hesitated. "But my mom." Yu Xuanchuan's wallet didn't have much cash, just a stack of bank cards. The girl didn't take the money. "Thank you. You've already helped me a lot today." But everyone knew what awaited her in the future. Yu Xuanchuan asked, "Have you eaten?" The girl shook her head. "Let's go. I'll take you to eat." "No need. I haven't eaten either." A whole day of anger, explosions, anger, punching, anger, hitting. Yu Xuanchuan was finally hungry. He randomly picked a small roadside eatery, handed the menu to the girl, and as she looked down to order, he overheard people behind him discussing. "Oh my god, have you seen the video of Yu Xuanchuan going crazy on set? Scary. He's like that. A mad dog. Yeah, does he have some kind of manic disorder? Working with him must be way too dangerous. If things don't go his way, he just goes crazy. Who in their right mind would like this kind of trash?" People at the nearby table leaned over to join the gossip. "Do you guys think it was really him who caused the fire on set?" "Of course. Haven't you seen the surveillance of him smoking?" "No, where is it?" "Let me see." It's all deleted." TSK, the speed at which it was deleted, definitely him. The girl finished ordering and looked up to see Yu Xuanchuan sitting sideways, head down, looking disinterested. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Yu Xuanchuan had no appetite. He pulled out 200 yuan from his wallet, then thought for a moment and emptied all the cash he had, which had been in his wallet for who knows how long, around 2,000 yuan in total. "This meal's on me. You pay later," Yu Xuanchuan said. "The extra money's enough for you to stay a few days in a hotel. As for whether you go home, that's your business, figure it out yourself." He said it all in one breath, placed the money on the table, and left. The girl grabbed the money and ran out of the shop, but with pedestrians passing by, he was already gone. She stood frozen in place. After being accidentally bumped by someone passing, she suddenly sank to the ground and couldn't hold back anymore, covering her face as she cried. The days she had grown used to, thinking she could endure them, became even more agonizing and painful because of this sudden, fleeting savior who had come out of nowhere. Irritated all night, Yu Xuanchuan finally lit a cigarette, having bought a lighter from a convenience store. The night was deep, and the streets were almost empty. Yu Xuanchuan stood by the roadside smoking, but there was no trace of the usual pleasure on his face that comes from a deep drag of nicotine. Except for the occasional craving when annoyed, Yu Xuanchuan wasn't dependent on nicotine. Even when he first learned to smoke, it was just to defy Shi Yufu. He lowered his gaze to his phone. His name was trending with several tags on the hot search list. Yu Xuanchuan goes crazy on set. Yu Xuanchuan mad dog. Yu Xuanchuan smoking causes fire. Yu Xuanchuan. There were too many. So many that Yu Xuanchuan didn't even have the patience to scroll through them one by one. Congratulations to the domestic entertainment legal circle for gaining another fierce warrior. The internet is not beyond the law. The more you try to cover this up, the more it'll post. Mad dog smoking causes fire surveillance link. How on earth can we get him locked up? Anyway, I reported him first. The netizens' comments were largely the same, just insults directed at him. Yu Zunchen's anger flared as he read them, and he raised his hand to smash his phone. Suddenly, his vision went black, and a strange message appeared before his eyes. Yu Xuanchuan has been put in solitary confinement by order of Yu Pei. Yu Pei said that Yu Xuanchuan will only be released when he realizes his mistake and is willing to apologize to Yu Qixia. Apologize to him? Dream on. Yu Xuanchuan, unrepentant, felt no guilt toward his brother who nearly lost his life at his hands. When taken away by the butler, he continued barking like a mad dog. Yu Qixia couldn't bear it and wanted to plead for him, but seeing this son reminded Yu Pei of his late wife, his first love. The two shared the same face, the same soft and innocent personality, which softened Yu Pei's heart. He patted his son's head with loving eyes, but this did not change the punishment for Yu Xuanchuan. Those who make mistakes must pay the price. That is the rule of the Yu family. Yu Xuanchuan. He raised his hand and smashed his phone to the ground. What a load of bullshit, he was fucking furious. But after the outburst, Yu Xuanchuan surprisingly calmed down. Thinking it through carefully, the scenes that had flashed through his mind weren't unfamiliar. Just a day ago, he had experienced something similar, a dream where he lived in a novel, hated by everyone. He lit another cigarette. He wanted to deny it, but he had to admit that if this was the answer, everything made sense. It wasn't that others couldn't tell whether it was him or Yu Qixia in the surveillance, it was that the author didn't allow the surveillance to show Yu Qixia. He wasn't disliked because he hadn't done well enough, he was disliked simply because he was the kind of person everyone hates. That was it. That was his fate. Was it? Yu Xuanchuan was not one to accept fate. He stubbed out his cigarette, got up, and took a cab back to the hotel. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw a line of men in black standing in front of his room. Seeing him, the leader raised his hand in a polite stop. "Young master, the master requests your presence." Chapter 8. Yu Xuanchuan was escorted the whole way by bodyguards. From the hotel to the old Yu family residence, no one spoke. The only words exchanged were when he got out of the car, one bodyguard opened the door for him and simply said, "Please." Yu Xuanchuan used to be unable to stand this kind of silence, but today he didn't say a word either. The butler stood tall on the steps, looking at Yu Xuanchuan with an expression difficult to describe, his deeply lined face devoid of emotion. It was the kind of anger and reproach one feels upon seeing the culprit after a loved one has been harmed, mixed with the revulsion of seeing someone utterly incorrigible. "The master is waiting for you in the study." The butler led the way, the bodyguards flanked behind, Yu Xuanchuan was sandwiched in between, a formation designed to prevent him from fleeing or suddenly losing control. Yu Xuanchuan thought back to a scene from one of the TV dramas he had acted in before. It was similar to this. The butler was like the escorting officer, he was the prisoner awaiting trial, and inside, the judge loomed above. One rap of the gavel, and the suspect's legs would give way, kneeling at the bottom of the hall, trembling. Listening to the authoritative voice above, "Do you know your wrongdoing?" He wanted to smoke, hand in his pocket, but he put it down again. No need. Yu Xuanchuan thought, there was no need to care too much about these NPCs. He looked at the butler's graying hair and suddenly spoke, "Uncle Li, do you remember when you used to take me to dig worms in the garden when I was little?" The butler's tone was very cold. "Young master, you've never been close to anyone since you were a child. How could I have ever taken you to dig worms?" Even though, as an NPC, his favorite childhood activity had been taking him to dig worms, then turning them into bait, and fishing with him in the backyard pond. Yu Xuanchuan remained calm, hearing from some corner a murmured discussion. How could there be someone so cruel as the young master? He really wanted to burn the little master alive. He stepped into the study. Inside the study, as Yu Xuanchuan expected, the room was crowded. Yu Qixia and Jian Xizhou, Yu Pei and Shi Yufu, no one missing. Yu Qixia was the first to stand, wearing the same innocent little rabbit expression, stammering, "Brother." Jian Siza's facial injuries had been bandaged. He sat beside him, holding his head, looking uncomfortable, yet immediately grabbed Yu Qixia's hand to pull him back down. "Xia." Yu Qixia immediately tensed. "Brother Jian, are you dizzy again?" He might have suffered a concussion from being hit earlier. As for Shi Yufu, he sipped tea indifferently on the side. The person with the most authority in the house sat behind the desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, rapidly scanning the documents in his hand, never once looking up at Yu Xuanchuan. How would he have reacted to a scene like this in the past? He would get angry. Angry at Yu Qixia, angry at Jian Xizhou, angry at Yu Pei. Then he would throw a tantrum, make a scene in the study. And immediately these people would look at him with scorn or disdain, accusing him of being unreasonable. Yu Xuanchuan casually pulled over a nearby chair and sat down, turning his head to instruct the butler, "Uncle Li, coffee, please." Uncle Li hesitated, glancing at Yu Pei. Yu Pei didn't react. Oh, so even asking for a cup of coffee here required checking someone's mood first. No wonder he was universally disliked. Yu Qixia carefully pushed his coffee toward Yu Xuanchuan. "Brother, you can have mine." Yu Xuanchuan lifted his eyelids and looked at Yu Qixia. He remembered that in the previously unfolding scenario, it said Yu Xuanchuan resembled his biological mother. Yu Qixia's irises were a beautiful light brown, his features delicate and refined, his nose tip slightly upturned, thin lips naturally pink, with a prominent beauty mark. He had a serene purity, yet carried a subtle natural charm. Yu Xuanchuan had seen him laughing happily in the garden, eyes sparkling brightly. He had also seen him sick, curled up in bed, eyes red, yet forcing a composed expression to comfort others. Now recalling it, Yu Xuanchuan could somewhat understand the meaning of the term heartthrob. Graceful and adorable, eliciting pity and admiration, causing envy and jealousy among others. Yu Qixia felt pinned under Yu Xuanchuan's gaze, shifting nervously as he explained, "Two haven't drunk it. If you don't like it, I can." "Uncle Li," Jian Xizhou suddenly spoke, "please have the maid make another cup of coffee." "Ah," the butler acknowledged. Shi Yufu sneered, "If you didn't know, you'd think young Master Jian was the head of the Yu family." Her reproachful gaze landed on Yu Xuanchuan, immediately igniting his temper. but he restrained himself. Yes, under normal circumstances he would have been furious. Because what Chiyufu's words seemed to target at Jian Sizhou and the butler were really scoldings directed at him. Scolding him. The useless snack who couldn't even assert himself in his own home. Enough. Yu Pei snapped, slamming the file shut. You come back and immediately start yelling and fighting. How is anyone supposed to find peace around you? Now it should be my turn to get angry. Yu Xuanchuan thought, and he could almost see himself leaping up, indignantly saying, I haven't even said a single word. But he didn't. So the room fell completely silent. Yu Xuanchuan looked at the coffee Yuchixia had pushed in front of him. He remembered a scene. Yuchixia couldn't dodge in time, the coffee coming straight at him splashed all over his face. His eyes were slightly red. He really couldn't understand why his older brother hated him so much, despised him so thoroughly. If he could, he wouldn't want to be a bastard either, he wanted to stand openly under the sunlight. Seeing Yu Xuanchuan humiliating him like this, Jian Sizhou sternly commanded, apologize to Xia. No need, it's fine. Yuchixia wiped his face messily and ran out of the cafe. Jian Siz's upbringing prevented him from retaliating by splashing coffee back. He only shouted, Yu Xuanchuan, you're completely unreasonable. Before chasing after him. Yuchixia, afraid someone would photograph his awkward state, kept his head low as he walked quickly outside, but he was still recognized. Xia, is that Xia? Fans swarmed him. Yuchixia opened his mouth to deny it, but before he could speak, a suit descended and covered his head. He smelled the unique salon fragrance on Jian Sizhou and heard his calm yet gentle voice firmly reject the others, sorry, you've got the wrong person. Yuchixia clutched the jacket that still carried Jian Siz's warmth, his heart beating uncontrollably. Yuchixia, you're too cruel. How could you like your brother's boyfriend? He suddenly wanted to cry. Yu Xuanchuan. So he was a part of their play all along. He picked up the coffee. And just as his hand touched the handle, Jian Sizhou immediately assumed a defensive stance, stepping in front of Yuchixia. Yu Xuanchuan hadn't meant to do anything to Yuchixia, but seeing this, he couldn't hold back his temper. With a flick of his hand, the still warm coffee splashed all over Jian Siz's face. Yu Xuanchuan. Jian Sizhou sprang to his feet. Despite Xia's good intentions, you're completely unreasonable. Look, even the lines were exactly the same. Brother Jian. Yuchixia hurriedly helped wipe Jian Siz's face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. It's not your fault, Jian Sizhou reassured him. He had intended to call Yu Xuanchuan a lunatic, but when he met his calm gaze, the words caught in his throat and, instead of reproach, he said earnestly, when will you ever grow up? Uncle, I'll handle this first, Yu Xuanchuan said. Then, worried that leaving Yuchixia alone might result in him being bullied by Yu Xuanchuan, he added, Xia. Please help Uncle Li find me a change of clothes. Yuchixia hesitated, glancing first at Jian Sizhou and then at Yu Pei. Yu Pei waved his hand. Yuchixia, his wrist held by Jian Sizhou, was led out of the study. At the doorway, he hesitated, then finally said, Dad, it's all my fault. Don't blame brother. The fire at the set, that was me too. Before he could finish speaking, Jian Sizhou forcibly pulled him away. As the door closed behind them, Yu Xuanchuan could still faintly hear Jian Siz's frustrated voice, Xia, when will you start thinking for yourself? Look at him, when he splashed coffee on you just now, not a trace of remorse, and you're still trying to defend him. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't help but laugh. You can still laugh. Yu Pei grabbed something nearby and hurled it. Yu Xuanchuan tilted his head to dodge. The object hit the floor with a muffled thud. He recognized it, it was a desk ornament Yuchixia had given Yu Pei back in high school. A very childish little rabbit. Yet it had sat awkwardly on Yu Pei's desk for years. Later, Yu Xuanchuan tried to imitate it. Displeased with Yuchixia's rabbit, he spent a great deal of effort finding a naturally patterned stone, carved it painstakingly over several months into a small but imposing leopard. Yet the little stone leopard, carved with so much effort and countless sleepless nights, was never even glanced at by Yu Pei. He still remembered Yu Pei's 4 words, neglecting your duties. After Yu Pei left, Shi Yufu didn't comfort him either. Instead, she remarked that his tiger painting had failed and turned into a dog. That was Yu Zunshan's first and last attempt to imitate Yu Qixia to win the family's favor. That little stone leopard. That very night, Yu Xuanchuan sank it in the pond. He knew why Yu Pei hadn't lost his temper earlier. It was because of the outsider, Jian Xizhou. Yu Pei had indirectly scolded him, "You usually get away with your reckless behavior." Fine. But this time you burned the set fire to the hotel, and even gave Xizhou a concussion. If Xizhou weren't letting it go, do you think the Jian family would forgive you? And even if they really pursued it, do you think I could protect you? If Yu Qixia were standing here instead, would you say the same thing? Yu Xuanchuan held back, pressing down the retort on the tip of his tongue. He stayed silent. Yu Pei, displeased, slammed the table. Speak. Speak about what? Yu Xuanchuan asked, looking at him. You already said Jian Xizhou isn't pursuing it. He's my boyfriend. My boyfriend isn't pursuing it, so why are you still angry? Yu Pei roared, is this your attitude? This is my attitude, Yu Xuanchuan said. If you can't stand me, go ahead, kick me out of the house, cut off all ties with me. Shi Yufu scolded sharply, Yu Xuanchuan, who told you to speak to your father like that? Yu Xuanchuan just looked at her coldly. Shi Yufu was always like this. Constantly recounting the pain of being hurt and betrayed by Yu Pei, yet the moment Yu Xuanchuan defied Yu Pei, she was the first to leap out and scold him. No matter how distant they seemed on the surface, in reality, these two were always bound by shared interests. Shi Yufu defended Yu Pei because she was ultimately defending herself. And the best decision Yu Xuanchuan had made over the years, the single smartest move, was getting a boyfriend like Jian Xizhou. Compared to their family, the Jian family held higher status, more power, and greater resources. Even the smallest glimpse of their wealth and influence was enough to make Yu Pei immensely profitable. While shared interests were the buttons that held their relationship together, nothing secured ties more firmly than marriage alliances. Only by binding the families through kinship could the Yu family truly climb aboard the Jian family's big ship. For Yu Pei, this was the sole and only value Yu Xuanchuan held. Yu Pei was a stern, no-nonsense man, at least when it came to Yu Xuanchuan. I think you really want me to break your legs. Break my legs, lock me in confinement like when I was a child, that would conveniently give your youngest son time to bond with my boyfriend. After all, you've always thought someone as useless as me doesn't deserve Jian Xizhou, haven't you? You probably don't know, but Jian Xizhou fell for Yu Qixia at first sight. Yu Xuanchuan stepped closer, hands resting on the desk, slowly lowering his head. His eyes, which never hid his emotions, were calm and steady. Without me in the way, you can secure Yu Qixia's heart completely, make Jian Xizhou see him as the only one. I can even personally help you get my boyfriend into your son's bed. Jian Xizhou will certainly be responsible to Yu Qixia. How does that sound, father? Yu Pei remained silent. Yu Xuanchuan knew his quietness meant he was intrigued. He could obviously see Jian Xizhou's special care for Yu Qixia and even sensed that Yu Pei secretly approved. Ha ha ha! Yu Xuanchuan laughed softly, his shoulders trembling. Do you need me to fetch a stick for you? Yu Xuanchuan, don't be too willful. Hearing Shi Yufu's usually emotionless voice, he smirked. But then he caught the same tone used by Shi Yufu to threaten Yu Pei, if you dare touch Yu Xuanchuan, I will break Yu Qixia's legs too. You can go ahead and try. Chapter 9. If anyone in this world truly understood Yu Pei, it had to be Shi Yufu. Even Yu Xuanchuan could sense Yu Pei's stirred emotions, let alone a woman who had shared his bed for decades. What Yu Xuanchuan didn't expect was that Shi Yufu would actually step forward to defend him, truly unusual. He turned to look at Shiyufu. She remained indifferent, as if the sky were falling and it didn't matter. Calmly twirling the Buddhist beads in her hands. You probably wouldn't want to hear from anyone else, the son of a third party also likes to play the other woman, just like his mother, would you? She didn't look at Yu Xuanchuan, her gaze fixed squarely on Yu Pei. If Yuchixia takes Seijo away, I don't mind exposing your and Chixingsen's matters, as well as the fact that Yuchixia is a son not mine. Yuchixia's status as an illegitimate child was kept tightly under wraps by Yu Pei. Apart from Shiyufu and Yu Xuanchuan, only the butler, Uncle Li, knew. Yu Pei would never allow such a thing to happen. But the more aggressive Shiyufu became, the more he despised this narrow-minded wife. Xia is just a child, what are you holding a grudge for? Shiyufu ignored him. She rose and walked toward the door, calling Yu Xuanchuan as she left. Yu Xuanchuan neither wanted to stay behind nor follow her out, but if forced to choose between Yu Pei and Shiyufu, he would rather stay with the latter. As the study door closed, Yu Pei's furious voice rang out, Shiyufu, I see you are showing me less and less respect. This wasn't written in the dream. Yu Xuanchuan followed Shiyufu silently, lowering his eyes in thought. When he looked up, he noticed Shiyufu had stopped in front of a familiar door. In the center of the room was only a mat, and against the wall, a rattan cane rested on a rack. A fine layer of dust had settled on the cane from disuse, and the hemp rope wound around its handle was polished smooth and shiny. Yu Xuanchuan instinctively took a step back. His fear of this room ran deep into his bones. Even after years of avoiding it, a single glance brought back memories he thought he had long forgotten. Shiyufu said, kneel. Yu Xuanchuan remained standing. I shouldn't get angry. He thought to himself. This is just the plot of the despised by everyone scenario. I have no reason to be angry. What did I do wrong? He forced the words out between clenched teeth. What do you think you did wrong? Shiyufu replied, taking the rattan cane from the rack. The cane, over a meter long, had been soaked in warm water and steamed over a pot. Flexible but not brittle, it required little force to leave deep, unforgettable marks on the body. The sound of the cane lightly tapping her palm made Yu Xuanchuan tense all over, just hearing it. Shiyufu said, Jian Seijo is the only person who can stand against Yuchixia, and yet you're going to hand him over? Yu Xuanchuan replied, I already told you, he fell for Yuchixia at first sight. He's long stopped liking me. So what? Shiyufu said, each word sharp and deliberate. Just because he doesn't like you, you're going to admit defeat and accept that you're inferior to Yuchixia? You're going to hand over the Yu family, and eventually the entire Jian family, to him? Yu Xuanchuan, stop stuffing your mind with useless feelings and emotions. What you should see is the power and influence behind him. Jian Seijo must be yours, and yours alone. Only by conquering the Jian family can you make Yu Pei see you in a new light. You need to prove to him that my child, Shiyufu's child, is no worse than anyone else. Yu Xuanchuan's fists clenched tighter and tighter. He tried to maintain his composure, opening his mouth, but not a single word came out. He wanted to ask, why on earth was Shiyufu suddenly defending him? Kneel. Don't make me say it a third time, Shiyufu said softly, her words terrifyingly calm. Yu Xuanchuan felt as though he were back on that soft mat, the child he once was, hearing Shiyufu's orders and too afraid to resist. Even when the cane landed on him, he didn't dare cry, tears would earn no pity, only a cold useless. Later, when he grew up, the person kneeling there became someone stubborn, who would never admit fault no matter what. They all looked at Yu Xuanchuan. Kneel. Don't make Mom angry. Don't disappoint her. They were speaking. Yu Xuanchuan's voice went hoarse, impossible. Shiyufu probably never expected that one day Yu Xuanchuan would refuse her. Even after growing up, no longer crying and begging like a child, he would always kneel silently whenever he made a mistake. Finally, a crack of disbelief appeared on her face. What did you say? I said impossible. Can't you understand impossible? Yu Xuanchuan swung his hand, snatching the cane from Shiyufu. His glare was vicious, locking onto her eyes. He gripped each end of the cane and slammed it down hard onto his knees. His teeth clenched, jaw muscles bulging, veins on his neck, forearms, and the backs of his hands standing out. The wound on the back of his right hand, which had barely healed, tore open again. Crack. The rattan cane, used for more than 20 years, was forcibly broken. Shiyufu had never seen this side of Yu Xuanchuan before. His terrifying aggression created an unprecedented sense of pressure. Instinctively, she stepped back, trying to put a safe distance between them. She was both angry and scared, pointing at Yu Xuanchuan but unable to speak for a long moment. Yu. I'm done. Yu Xuanchuan stared into her eyes. I'm not playing your games anymore. He slammed the rattan cane in his hand against the opposite wall and turned to leave. The cane bounced off the wall, spun twice on the floor, and one end pressed against the mat, coming to a stop. Shiyufu, still shaken, called out, Yu Xuanchuan. Yu Xuanchuan didn't look back. At the corner, he ran into Jian Shizhou and Yu Qixia, who had come down after changing clothes. Yu Qixia called out to him first, then noticed his bleeding hand. Brother, your hand'll go get the first aid kit. Jian Shizhou grabbed Yu Qixia, who was about to turn around, and shielded him behind himself. He watched warily as Yu Xuanchuan approached with a dark expression. Yu Xuanchuan didn't even glance at them. As he brushed past, he suddenly stopped. Jian Shizhou immediately tensed. Yu Xuanchuan stared at him. To be honest, he had forgotten exactly how he and Jian Shizhou had gotten together. Maybe it was a compliment during the student council handover, or the approving look when Jian Shizhou nominated him for president, or perhaps the surprised and admiring expression when Jian Shizhou saw him play the cello. This romance began with Yu Zunshan's crush and relentless pursuit, but at least before Jian Shizhou met Yu Qixia, they seemed to possibly, maybe, have actually shared a harmonious period together. Probably. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't remember. Jian Shizhou. Since Yu Qixia appeared, Yu Xuanchuan hadn't called Jian Shizhou's name so calmly. Jian Shizhou's eyes were full of warning. The expected outburst never came. Instead, Yu Xuanchuan lightly said, let's break up. Jian Shizhou froze. Even Yu Qixia was momentarily stunned. By the time they realized what had happened, Yu Zunshan's back had already disappeared from sight. Yu Qixia panicked, Brother Jian, my brother seems not himself. Jian Shizhou looked at the empty corridor in silence for a moment, frustrated. I don't know what tantrum he's throwing this time. But Yu Qixia hesitated, wanting to run after him, but Jian Shizhou frowned and stopped him. Don't worry about him. Yu Qixia hurried back to the study. Dad, what just happened? Why did my brother break up with Brother Jian? What? What did you say? Two voices spoke in unison, and Yu Qixia looked toward the study doorway. Shiyufu stopped fiddling with her prayer beads, strode over to Yu Qixia, and asked in a deep voice. What did you just say? Say it again. Yu Qixia was a little scared of Shiyufu, a mother who had never shown him a kind face. Mom. Shiyufu pressed on, you just said Yu Xuanchuan wants to break up with Shizhou. Yu Qixia nodded silently. Jian Shizhou noticed his nervousness and calmly stepped forward, separating the two of them. He looked at Shiyufu, who sought confirmation with her eyes. He really mentioned breaking up with me just now in the corridor. On the way down the mountain, Yu Zunshan's phone hadn't stopped ringing. Calls from Shiyufu kept coming one after another. Even Yu Qixia sent him messages, and there was one from Jian Shizhou asking if he really wanted to break up. Shiyufu also sent a final warning message, expressing her disappointment and telling him that if he really broke up with Jian Shizhou, he didn't need to come home anymore. Yu Xuanchuan could hardly have asked for a better outcome. The next day, after waking up, He went straight to the phone store. His phone had a cracked screen from being thrown the night before, and it hurt to look at. Give me the latest model. Yu Xuanchuan pulled out his wallet. I'll pay by card. No password. The salesperson took the card to the register. Yu Xuanchuan lowered his head to transfer the data from his old phone to the new one. A moment later, the salesperson returned. I'm sorry, sir, this card doesn't have enough credit. Yu Xuanchuan didn't think much and gave them another card. Soon, the salesperson came back again. This one won't work either. Yu Xuanchuan said, impossible. The salesperson looked a little embarrassed. It's true. Yu Xuanchuan asked the salesperson to bring over the POS machine so he could swipe the card himself. He swiped one after another in silence, and after several cards all showed insufficient funds. He finally realized something was wrong. I'll make a call. He took his phone and started to walk outside. 7 or 8 store clerks surrounded him, and he stopped in his tracks, staring at his brand new phone in his hand. Suppressing his anger under their watchful eyes, he dialed Shi Yufu's number. You froze my card. A naughty child must pay the price. Why the hell would you freeze my card? The money in my account has nothing to do with you. Yu Xuanchuan was furious. Shi Yufu had used this trick back when he wanted to enter the entertainment industry. After that, he had moved out of the house and never spent a penny from her again. The money Shi Yufu froze was earned entirely by himself, enduring online abuse and mockery, earning every cent under nearly 40 degrees of heat, or in freezing river water. Who the hell did she think she was? Shi Yufu, who do I think I am? Because I gave birth to you. Everything you have is given by me. Fuck. Yu Xuanchuan raised his hand to smash the phone, but then met the wary gazes of the clerks around him and froze. The clerk who had been assisting him smiled. Excuse me, sir, how do you plan to pay? Accompanying this sentence was the old phone's ultra-loud automated dialing voice, 110. Yu Xuanchuan. Ah, fuck, 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 fuck. Chapter 10. When Qing Chao arrived, Yu Xuanchuan was slumped over the cashier's counter, looking completely dejected, muttering to himself, little cabbage, the earth is yellow, 3 or 2 years old. Qing Chao tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Yu Zunchen's eyes lit up as if he had just seen a savior. Usually, Yu Xuanchuan liked to pull all his hair back, exposing his smooth, full forehead, but today he clearly had no energy to bother with his hairstyle. His bangs fell softly over his forehead, he wore a mask, and only his characteristic large eyes were visible, with slight dark circles beneath them. It didn't look messy. Just less spirited than usual. Thinking of how he had been detained in the store over a phone worth tens of thousands, Qing Chao mocked him, you're really living a rough life. Less talk, Yu Xuanchuan replied. The two hadn't met for a while, and Yu Xuanchuan wouldn't seek his help unless absolutely necessary. He felt a little embarrassed, but luckily his face was hidden under the mask. His eyes were wide as he said, hurry up and help me pay. Sure, sure. Qing Chao smiled and handed the card to the clerk. Good thing you're here, or I'd be trending online again today. The two walked out of the mall, and Yu Xuanchuan patted Qing Chao on the shoulder. Good brother, I'll pay you back later. Qing Chao's car was parked by the curb. Yu Xuanchuan, familiar with the route, opened the passenger door and got in. Qing Chao lowered himself into the driver's seat. Still being so formal with me? You broke up with Jian Xizhou, ran away from home. And your accounts got frozen. Where were you going to get the money to pay me back? I don't care about a few bucks, consider it a gift. Yu Xuanchuan blinked. How did you know I broke up with Jian Xizhou? He remembered that when he called Qing Chao, he only mentioned running away from home. Qing Chao paused and countered, you tell me, how do you think I knew? Yu Xuanchuan was confused. I have no idea. Qing Chao started the car. Your family has so many eyes and ears. You think something this big could stay hidden? Yu Xuanchuan thought about it. In the old Yu family mansion, among the housekeepers and aunts, someone had probably seen the breakup. Besides, he hadn't really intended to hide it. Ideally, the whole world would know that he was the stumbling block who had stepped out of Yu Qixia and Jian Siza's love story. But what's the deal with you? Cheng Chao asked curiously. You were so stubborn before. How did you suddenly decide to break up? Yu Xuanchuan opened the storage box in the front passenger seat and rummaged through it without saying a word. Cheng Chao knew him well. If Yu Xuanchuan didn't want to talk, no one could pry it out of him. He tapped the steering wheel and asked, so what about later? Can you still stay at the hotel? Probably not. Yu Xuanchuan was a regular at the hotel, paying for rooms annually in advance. Normally it wouldn't be a problem, but Shi Yufu was determined to teach him a lesson, make him understand that without the Yu family's protection, he was nothing. He didn't think Shi Yufu would be kind enough to let him keep a room. Cheng Chao said, then come stay at my place. I live alone anyway. Yu Xuanchuan didn't refuse. He and Cheng Chao had been classmates since elementary school. Cheng Chao was the only one around him who hadn't really interacted with Yu Qixia, and also his only friend. He hadn't slept well the night before, but having someone familiar nearby made him relax somewhat. And he curled up in the passenger seat and fell asleep. Cheng Chao's phone, resting on the center console, lit up. At the red light, he unlocked the screen, read the message, then tilted his head to glance at Yu Xuanchuan before typing, don't worry, it's fine. All the stuff at home you know your way around, just use whatever you need. I'm heading back to the office. Cheng Chao stopped at the door, then turned to ask Yu Xuanchuan, if you need anything, just tell the housekeeper. Enough, just go already. So fussily. Yu Xuanchuan leaned his shoulder against the wall at the entryway. Cheng Chao chuckled. Caring for you isn't enough. Why are you so hard to deal with, young master? Yu Xuanchuan immediately thought of Jian Sizhou, scram, scram, scram. Cheng Chao left, the door clicked shut, and the house fell silent. Yu Xuanchuan stayed at the entryway for a while before turning, ripping the bandage off his hand and tossing it into the trash. He went to Cheng Chao's closet. Pulled out a t-shirt and shorts, then went to the guest bathroom to shower and change. He brought the medical kit into the living room, sat cross-legged on the floor with wet hair. Yu Xuanchuan was frustrated, thinking about what to do next. This most hated by everyone status meant he had zero interest in returning home, but he didn't have a single coin on him. Could he just keep freeloading at Cheng Chaos? Even if Cheng Chao didn't mind, he didn't want to trouble him forever. While thinking, he opened a spray of promote blood circulation and remove bruises and sprayed it on the whip mark on his thigh, massaging it hard with a grimace. It hurt so much he bared his teeth. Just then, there was a new message. Yu Xuanchuan grabbed a tissue to dry his hands and picked up his phone. Who would be messaging him at this moment? He thought it was Cheng Chao, but it was his manager. Telling him to come to the company. That reminded Yu Xuanchuan that he had announced yesterday afternoon that he wanted to terminate his contract. Various negative news stories about him were still trending. In his current state, staying in the entertainment industry was impossible. Shi Yufu might even exert pressure on him professionally. Although he had mentally prepared, seeing 7 or 8 termination compensation contracts in front of him still made his expression crack. He didn't even realize he had so many endorsements. All the termination reasons were the same: a lack of professional ethics, damage to the brand image. Not only was cooperation to be immediately terminated, but he was also required to compensate for the brand's image loss. The total of the various compensations came to 20 million. If he objected, the brands would likely sue him together. If he went to court, it would be hard not to suspect that even the court would consider the person in the surveillance footage to be him. His manager mocked him, "Don't even know what kind of lucky streak you hit, running into a naive sweet kid like Qixia." Almost burned him alive on set, and not only did he not sue you, he even helped you handle the crew stuff. You two don't have a thing going on, do you? If this had happened before, Yu Xuanchuan would have been furious, but at the moment, aside from a brief loss of expression control, he remained overall calm. He didn't want to argue about right or wrong, there was no point in a world revolving around Yu Qixia. His manager wore a smug look. Why so quiet? Weren't you so cocky yesterday? Judging by that face, you can't pay the termination fee, huh? Yu Xuanchuan glared at him coldly and took 2 steps forward. The manager grew nervous. What's with that look? You planning to hit me? As soon as Yu Xuanchuan raised his hand, the manager went on high alert. I'm telling you, Yu Xuanchuan, if you dare lay a hand on me, you'll regret it. Yu Xuanchuan grabbed the contract on the table without even glancing at him. Pathetic coward, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. Why isn't the light on? A light flashed above, and Yu Xuanchuan withdrew his gaze from the distance. Qing Chao was standing in the living room, a freshly removed suit jacket draped over his arm. Yu Xuanchuan said, checking out the night view. Your balcony has a pretty good view. Across the river, the neon lights reflected on the water, sparkling. Qing Chao asked, you don't look too good. Do you need any help? Yu Xuanchuan stepped inside, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Watching Qing Chao pacing the room, he suddenly spoke, how about I work at your company? Qing Chao paused, not giving a direct answer. What, quitting acting? Yu Xuanchuan rested his arms on the back of the sofa, looking up at the ceiling light. Muttering softly, this isn't really up to me. Qing Chao asked, what did you say? Nothing. Yu Xuanchuan followed him to the bedroom door but didn't go in. I'm serious. I'll work at your company. Qing Chao, back to him, was loosening his tie, smiling as he spoke. Then tell me, what skills do you have? My company's in securities, pretty high professional standards. Yu Xuanchuan said, did you forget I majored in business in college? Qing Chao replied, you've been in showbiz so long, probably forgot by now, huh? Yu Xuanchuan was silent for a moment. If I go to your company, my mom won't even spare you. She'll pressure your projects to forget it. What's our relationship? If you need help, I'll definitely help. Qing Chao turned, holding clean clothes as he headed toward the bathroom. Are you in some kind of trouble? Not too serious, just need some money. How much? Not much, about 20 million. Qing Chao stumbled slightly, crossing one foot over the other. How much? Yu Xuanchuan shrugged, hands out in a helpless gesture. Qing Chao said, you're not planning to just rely on working at my company to save up that 20 million, are you? You're right. Yu Xuanchuan turned back to the living room, it really wasn't realistic. Even though he ended up on trending searches every now and then, they were all negative, classic fool and internet hate. He had hardly any supportive fans, and having him endorse a brand wouldn't bring any real benefit. So his market value was low. In the 3 or 4 years he'd been in the industry, he hadn't earned 20 million, so how could he possibly have a 20 million compensation claim? Yet here it was, and it certainly had a lot to do with his mother's special interventions. She spared no means, not only cutting off Yu Xuanchuan's future, but also pushing him to the edge of a cliff with no way to retreat. Truly his mother. Ruthless as hell. Yu Xuanchuan felt a surge of anger. He grabbed a cigarette and went to the balcony, but before he could light it, a text came from an unknown number. Seeing it, Yu Xuanchuan couldn't help but laugh in irritation. Brother, if you need money, I can help you. The persistent bastard had already given him both the man and the family, and now he was shamelessly pushing himself into Yu Xuanchuan's face. Was he out of his mind? Yu Xuanchuan raised his hand to block the number, but his finger hovered over the screen. Wait a second, how did Yu Qixia know he needed money? He certainly didn't think Shi Yufu, whom he hadn't even won over yet, would have told him this. After showering, Qing Chao changed into loungewear, swapped his contacts for framed glasses, and stood in the warm yellow light of the living room looking very at home. Although he was the same age as Yu Xuanchuan, both his appearance and his mindset were more mature. Yu Zunshan's temper was quick. But Cheng Chao was patient and tolerant of him. He was Yu Zunshan's only friend. Cheng Chao rolled up his sleeves. Steak for dinner tonight? Seeing that Yu Xuanxuan didn't respond, he looked up and smiled. Why are you looking at me like that? Yu Xuanxuan, you. Cheng Chao, what's wrong? Yu Zunshan's throat tightened, and though he opened his mouth, he didn't dare ask more. He was scared. He lowered his head and hurried back to the guest room. He had meant to tidy up a bit, but stood dazed in the center of the room for a long moment before realizing there was nothing to pack. Everything he had on belonged to Cheng Chao. Yu Xuanxuan put on the dirty clothes from that morning. Cheng Chao looked at him curiously. Why are you changing? Going out? Yu Xuanxuan lowered his head and changed shoes at the entrance. Cheng Chao noticed something was off. He set down what he was carrying, walked over, and stopped him before he could leave. What's wrong? You've seemed off since earlier. Nothing, Yu Xuanxuan said, trying hard to stay composed. I have something to do, going out for a bit. Cheng Chao, something to do now? And you're not even wearing a mask. Aren't you afraid someone might take photos? Have you been secretly in contact with Yuchixia behind my back? Yu Xuanxuan looked up. You knew about my need for 20 million, and you told him. And you found out about my breakup with Jian Xizhou from him, didn't you? Cheng Chao froze mid-sentence. He and Yu Xuanxuan exchanged a long look. Cheng Chao asked, confused, you're mad just because of that? Chapter 11. Just because of this. You're angry. Just because of this? Yu Zunshan's eyes were red with anger. Cheng Chao, don't you know how much I hate Yuchixia? Cheng Chao, I know. Yu Xuanxuan, you know, and yet you still treat me like this? You're my only friend, the only person in this world I can trust. Calm down a bit. Cheng Chao interrupted him. Let's talk this through. Don't just threaten to run away from home. Besides me, where else can you even go? How could Yu Xuanxuan calm down? Cheng Chao betrayed him, how could he possibly calm down? He couldn't calm down. Even after being interrogated by online friends, blamed by Jian Xizhou, scolded by Yu Pei, and pressured step by Shi Yufu, Yu Xuanxuan hadn't broken down. Everyone around him sided with Yuchixia, telling him he was wrong, telling him he wasn't good enough. He had long since gotten used to that. But this shouldn't include Cheng Chao. It couldn't. Cheng Chao was different to Yu Xuanxuan. He was the only one who would say to him things like, you didn't do anything wrong, how could they treat you like this? Or it was your parents who were wrong. He knew exactly what Yu Xuanxuan was going through after Yuchixia appeared. He had clearly said that being an illegitimate child was not right. He clearly. If he could choose, he probably wouldn't want to be an illegitimate child either. Yu Xuanxuan suddenly remembered a time after a fight at home, when he went to Cheng Chao to vent. Cheng Chao had said that it wasn't Yuchixia's fault, he had no choice, the problem lay with others. When Yu Xuanxuan said Yuchixia was a scheming white lotus who liked to act pitiful, Cheng Chao would say, don't think of him as being that bad. He had actually never, ever, once agreed that Yuchixia was bad. Cheng Chao wanted to explain further, but Yu Xuanxuan suddenly went quiet. Cheng Chao asked, when did it start between you two? What? Yu Xuanxuan looked up. I mean you and Yuchixia, when did you start interacting, when did you start contacting each other? Cheng Chao was silent for a moment. Sophomore year. Yu Xuanxuan smiled, sophomore year, almost 10 years ago. He remembered that time Cheng Chao came to his house. The only time he mentioned Yuchixia was when, seeing him just brought home after school from upstairs, he asked, that's Yuchixia? After that, he never brought him up again. It turned out that while Yu Xuanxuan was unaware, the friend he thought shared his grudges had already betrayed him long ago. And he, like a fool, had been completely unaware of their relationship. Yu Xuanxuan nodded, not wanting to say another word. He turned and walked away. Ching Chao hurried after him, not even closing the door behind him. Xia was afraid you'd be upset, that's why he didn't let me tell you. He really cares about you and genuinely wants to get along with you. You Xuanxuan, don't follow me. Ching Chao, see, whenever things don't go your way, you refuse to communicate. How am I supposed to explain things to you? Yu Xuanxuan pressed the elevator button in silence. Ching Chao, Xia's mom did disrupt your family, but he's innocent. Xia is a good kid, he never wanted to compete with you. You should try getting along with him, you'll see I'm not lying. Yu Xuanxuan pressed the down button repeatedly, unable to wait, and turned into the emergency stairwell. Ching Chao blocked him. Yu Xuanxuan, don't be so extreme. Try to see things more openly. Don't always target Xia, it's also a way of letting yourself go. Enough talking. Yu Xuanxuan looked at him coldly. If you've said enough, then leave. Again and again, Ching Chao, even with his good temper, was getting annoyed. You really don't listen to anyone. Who can communicate with you like this? Even Aunt accepted Xia, but only you keep refusing to relent. Over the years, people around you drift further away. Have you never thought it might be your own problem? Yu Xuanxuan suddenly grabbed his collar, pulling him close. Yes. It's all my fault. My biggest fault, he sneered. Ching Chao, putting up with someone like me all these years, someone who's uncommunicative, relentless, and extreme, has really been unfair to you. Ching Chao gave a resigned expression, here we go again. Yu Qixia is so good. You like him so much, but because of me, you've never been able to show it. I'm the one who's been unfair to you. Yu Xuanxuan let go of Ching Chao, and casually smoothed the collar he had just messed up. I'm sorry. I've been too willful. He pushed Ching Chao away. From now on, be friends with whoever you want, okay? Ching Chao, what do you mean by that? Yu Xuanxuan smiled. I mean we're done. This is the end between us. Ding. The elevator arrived. Yu Xuanxuan never looked back at Ching Chao. This time, Ching Chao didn't follow. He watched Yu Zunqin's back as he descended the stairs. Don't regret this. Yu Xuanxuan. Only fools regret. Yu Xuanxuan had thought Ching Chao's betrayal would break him. In reality, apart from losing control of his emotions for a moment, he was calmer than he had imagined. He carefully went through the original text in his mind, and finally, from some hidden corner he hadn't noticed before, he found the part of the story involving Ching Chao. In the novel, he didn't even have a proper name, he was only referred to as Yu Zunqin's friend. Let's break off our friendship. Even Yu Zunqin's friend can't tolerate what he's done. Although this event happened much earlier than in the original story, the outcome was still the same. He reached out for a cigarette, only to find an empty pack. It dawned on him belatedly how long he had been standing next to the trash can, the cigarette but collection box was full of the ones he had discarded. Great. No job, no home, no friends. No money and now no cigarettes either. He couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. But at least now, he thought, he was truly far away from Yu Qixia, right? The ultimate heartthrob, the protagonist, surely his charm couldn't be so great that every random person on the street would be a Yu Qixia fan. Look, look! Isn't that Yu Xuanxuan? Why is he wearing only one slipper? Could he be homeless? Huh, serves him right, making our Xia suffer like that. Quick, take a picture, take a picture. Yu Xuanxuan looked down at his mismatched feet, one slipper, one sneaker, and muttered to himself. He had a single thought, damn it. He moved to a different spot, finding the nearest park, planning to make do on a bench for the night and see what tomorrow brought. But no sooner had he sat for 2 minutes than an elderly woman rummaging through the trash came over, drooping eyes scanning him back and forth several times. You run away from home, young man. She tried to strike up a conversation. Yu Xuanchuan said nothing. The old woman gave up and walked away. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't sleep either. Exposed to the wind and rain, with mosquitoes in the park practically carrying him off, he was thoroughly irritated. He opened his phone and checked Weibo, and immediately saw his new trending topic. Yu Xuanchuan turns up on the streets. The picture showed him standing by a trash can, looking disheveled, wearing 2 different shoes. LOL, he's not seriously going to rummage through the trash, is he? No way, no way. Why did the username male star end up on the streets overnight? Not gonna lie, he really does look exactly like a homeless guy right now. Is he staging some self-redemption drama again? Yu syndrome. Looks more like a mental breakdown to me. Damn. Even more annoying. Yu Xuanchuan stared at his feet for a few seconds, then kicked off his shoes one by one. Young man, aren't you keeping your shoes? The soft voice from behind made him jolt. His hand shook, and the shoe flew in the air several times before he managed to catch it. Still startled, he turned around. The old lady had returned, and who knew how long she had been watching him from the side. If you're not keeping them, could I have them? The old lady took the shoes and walked away. Yu Xuanchuan shrank down, spreading his legs wide and resting his head against the short back of the bench. Above him, there were no clouds, no moon, no stars, just a pitch-dark navy sky. The park was noisy with insect chirps. Slap. Yu Xuanchuan smacked a mosquito on his arm. Mosquitoes were about to carry him off, how could he possibly sleep? So annoying. Just past midnight, Yan Qingchuan had just finished showering and was inspecting the handprint on his face in the mirror. He licked the inside of his mouth, letting out a soft hiss from the pain. The phone in the living room shattered the silence of the night. He grabbed a towel, wrapped it around himself, and stepped out of the bathroom. Seeing a voice call from the culprit, he chuckled, "If you apologize, I won't forgive you that easily." Yan Qingchuan picked up. Yu Zunchen's beautiful voice sounded deadpan, "Hey, want to with me? You've been drinking again?" "No, perfectly sober." "If I remember correctly, you have a boyfriend, right? Are you planning to get back at him?" "Break up, forget it, never mind." Yan Qingchuan let out a soft laugh. "Where are you?" After asking, there was no response from Yu Xuanchuan, though if he listened carefully, he could hear faint breathing. "Forget it, just pretend I was drunk and talking nonsense," Yu Xuanchuan said, abruptly ending the call. "No, Yu Xuanchuan, are you out of your mind? What are you doing? Because you have nowhere to go. You're going to deliver your ass 1,000 miles for some duck you once. Damn it, what the hell just possessed him?" Yu Xuanchuan was inexplicably furious. He thought maybe he should just sell his phone tomorrow, at least he could get a few thousand yuan to tide him over. Then he could go to an internet cafe to work on his resume, and stay at a cheaper hotel. A bed in a hostel was only a few dozen yuan. But no, too many people, he didn't want netizens laughing at him. From afar, Yan Qingchuan spotted the person on the bench. Yu Xuanchuan sat with his arms crossed, leaning back against the low backrest with his eyes closed. The dim yellow streetlight fell on his sharply defined face. His straight nose cast a shadow along the side of his face, and his bangs fell neatly on his forehead, making him look obedient and calm. He was wearing a pair of bright pink crystal women's slippers, far too small, leaving half of his heels on the ground. Why was he wearing shoes like that? Yan Qingchuan stood there for a while. Seeing no reaction from Yu Xuanchuan, he tapped the crystal slippers with his immaculate leather shoes. So annoying, does some old bench in a park really have an owner? Yu Xuanchuan snapped his eyes open. The irritation and impatience written all over them had nothing to do with the obedient and calm look he had been giving off. The person in front of him was so tall it seemed like his shoulders would hit the sky. Yu Zunchen's gaze focused on his face. No, Yu Zunchen's throat felt tight, his voice stuck for a long moment without any clarity. The restless gleam in those beautiful eyes gradually shifted to astonishment. Yan Qingchuan's lips curved up. Hi. What are you doing here? Yu Xuanchuan finally found his voice. Someone called to act cute, Yan Qingchuan said with a smile, reaching out his hand. So I came here. Act cute? Who? Me? Me acting cute? Yu Xuanchuan froze on the spot. What nonsense are you spouting? Not leaving? Yan Qingchuan glanced around, realization dawning. Oh, so you like the wild? Yu Xuanchuan immediately covered his mouth and, with his eyes red, whether from anger or anger, shouted, Shut up. Chapter 12. Yu Xuanchuan had never met anyone who could talk as much nonsense as he did. By the time he got in the car, had completely lost the desire to speak to Yan Qingchuan. Leaning back against the seat, his entire posture spelled out two words, utterly exhausted. Yan Qingchuan, on the other hand, was in a great mood. He drove while humming, his off-key singing practically torturous to the ears. Yu Xuanchuan quietly stuffed his ears. Yan Qingchuan glanced over and asked, Am I that bad at singing? Yu Xuanchuan replied, Do you even hear yourself speaking like a human being? You didn't recognize it? Yan Qingchuan said. That's your ringtone. Yu Xuanchuan fell silent. Only a ghost could have recognized that. Yan Qingchuan didn't get angry. It's actually pretty catchy. What's it called? It doesn't have a name. I just wrote it when I was bored. You write songs? Is that a problem? Yu Xuanchuan shot him an annoyed look, just as Yan Qingchuan turned his head. Their gazes met. There was laughter in Yan Qingchuan's eyes. It was a look of genuine admiration. Yu Xuanchuan immediately looked away, the tips of his ears turning red. He fumbled for words for a long moment before squeezing out, quick and flustered, Sorry, I was a bit emotional yesterday. Then he abruptly changed the subject. But it's mostly your fault anyway. Who told you to get that close yourself? He refused to show even a hint of weakness in front of others stubborn to the point of childishness. Yan Qingchuan glanced at the faint fingerprint marks on his own jaw but didn't comment. You're right. We each gave as good as we got, call it even. Yu Xuanchuan hadn't expected him not to argue back and was momentarily speechless. Yesterday, you damn you. Yan Qingchuan leaned in, pretending not to hear. What was that? Yu Xuanchuan stiffened. Nothing. Oh, Yan Qingchuan said lightly. You were thanking me? You're welcome. You. Yu Xuanchuan was so angry he could hardly speak. He shot him a fierce glare, then turned to stare furiously out the window. Not just his ears, but even the back of his neck had turned bright red. Yan Qingchuan wanted to laugh, but he knew that if he so much as chuckled, this person would probably jump out of the car on the spot. For the sake of both their lives. He held it back with great effort. Yu Xuanchuan didn't notice any of that. He stared out the window at the city scenery flashing by, his thoughts a tangled mess. Yan Qingchuan had brought him home, and he had even mentally prepared himself for the other man's questions. But from beginning to end, Yan Qingchuan hadn't asked a single thing. Not why he was sitting alone in the park in the middle of the night. Not why he looked so pitiful, wearing a pair of shoes that were clearly the wrong size. Not why he followed him home in silence. You can wear my pajamas. The underwear's new, never been used. The towel, I've used it before, is that okay? Yu Xuanchuan stood in the middle of the living room, listening to Yan Qingchuan's footsteps and his constant chatter. The lights in the house were a warm yellow, the furniture, full of bright contrasting colors. Even the touches of black weren't cold or lifeless, but softened with warmth. There were fresh flowers in vases. Lush green plants in every corner, and in the fish tank, colorful ornamental fish swam lazily in groups. Everything was different from what Yu Xuanchuan knew as home. Different from a Yu family villa, from Cheng Chaos apartment, and from sterile hotel rooms. The guest room isn't really used, I've been keeping stuff in there. You'll have to sleep on the couch tonight, Yan Qingchuan said as he came out of the bedroom holding a thin quilt. He then turned and fetched the first aid kit. Come here, I'll take care of that cut on your hand. I'll make it waterproof. Why? Yu Xuanchuan suddenly spoke. Yan Qingchuan blinked. What? They were nothing more than two strangers who had met by chance. He didn't even know Yan Qingchuan's name. Then, with a sudden shove, he was pushed backward onto the sofa. The white gauze over his eyes wasn't opaque, even with them open, he could faintly make out Yu Zunshan's silhouette. The other man said nothing, his movements frantic and rough. Without the slightest trace of tenderness. Yan Qingchuan said quietly, You'll hurt yourself like this. Yu Xuanchuan didn't respond. He was like a stubborn, unyielding stone, harsh, obstinate, and refusing to bend. Neither of them was comfortable. Yan Qingchuan winced at the pain, his brows knitting together. The muscles under his palm were taut and trembling. With a helpless sigh, he reached into the first aid kit, fumbling around before pulling out another bandage, the same kind that covered his own eyes, and used it to bind Yu Zunshan's wrists together. Hold me. Yan Qingchuan guided Yu Zunshan's arms around his neck. The latter buried his head into the crook of Yan Qingchuan's shoulder, his soft hair brushing lightly against his ear. Yan Qingchuan patted the back of his head gently, soothing him like a child, occasionally pressing a kiss to his earlobe or cheek. Yu Xuanchuan didn't say a word the whole time. He stayed pressed against Yan Qingchuan's neck. Unmoving. It was as if he had turned into a small boat tossed upon the sea, waves surging and crashing over him, heavy and suffocating, leaving him unable to breathe. The sea wind was salty, tinged with the faint scent of blood. Yan Qingchuan's shoulder was damp, warm and wet. He reached out and wiped away Yu Zunshan's tears. Do you know, he said with a small smile, that there's more water up here than down there? Yu Xuanchuan bit down hard on his shoulder, and Yan Qingchuan couldn't help but laugh. From the living room, to the bathroom, and then to the bedroom, Yu Xuanchuan never once lifted his head from Yan Qingchuan's neck. What followed was something that couldn't be described in detail, and it didn't end until Yu Xuanchuan, exhausted, fell asleep in Yan Qingchuan's arms. Yan Qingchuan thought to himself that Yu Xuanchuan was still a little more honest when he was drunk. Head cried that time too, but at least Head talked non-stop, unlike today. When Head been as silent as a locked jar, refusing to make a sound no matter what. Yan Qingchuan touched his swollen eyes gently, tidied up a bit, left half the bed open for him, and lay down on the other side with his eyes closed. Perhaps because Head worn himself out before sleeping, Yu Xuanchuan slept deeply through the night. When he finally opened his eyes, he stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling for a long time before coming to his senses. As soon as he sat up, a sharp pain made him wince and fall back onto the bed. Turning his head, he saw the impression of someone having slept on the other side. Yan Qingchuan's pajamas were neatly folded beside the pillow, but when he reached out to touch them, there was no trace of warmth left. Lifting the blanket and getting out of bed, Yu Xuanchuan realized that not only was he clean, but he was also dressed in pajamas. He walked out of the bedroom. Sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, filling the house with warm, golden light. Everything was quiet, there wasn't another person in sight. Yu Xuanchuan stood in the middle of the room, momentarily dazed. He was a little surprised that Yan Qingchuan trusted him enough to leave a stranger alone in his home. Thinking back to how the man had brought him home last night without hesitation, Yu Xuanchuan couldn't tell whether he should call him simple-minded or just too kind. He walked around the house but couldn't find his own clothes. Just as he was about to message Yan Qingchuan to ask, the electronic lock beeped twice, and the door opened. Yu Xuanchuan hurried over, but the person who came in wasn't Yan Qingchuan. You're awake, the auntie greeted him with a warm smile. Perfect timing, lunch will be ready in a bit. There's no need, These are the shoes Yan asked me to bring for you. Try them on, see if they fit. She handed him the shopping bag in her hand. Then carried the groceries into the kitchen. As she tied on her apron, she continued chatting. Yen said he wants to eat shrimp with crab roe today. What about you? The shrimp at the market this morning were especially fresh, just boiled in water. They taste great too. That kind of casual, domestic talk made it impossible for Yu Xuanchuan to say no. I'm fine with anything, he replied stiffly. The auntie smiled again, asked a few more questions about any food preferences, and after getting his answers, disappeared into the kitchen. What Yen Qingchuan had asked her to bring him was a pair of sneakers, exactly his size. But Yu Xuanchuan didn't put them on. Not only that, he felt an irritation he couldn't quite describe. He sent Yen Qingchuan a message, asking where his clothes had gone. It took a few minutes before Yen Qingchuan replied, saying that if they weren't in the house, they were probably sent out for washing by the auntie. Just imagining how his ruined clothes from last night might have been seen by someone else made Yu Zunchen's face burn with shame. Gritting his teeth, he typed, "Can't you even afford a washing machine?" Yen Qingchuan replied with a smiling emoji. The sight of that smug, teasing expression made Yu Xuanchuan want to hit him. Then another message came through, "If you don't mind, you can wear mine for now." Yen Qingchuan's apartment was probably close to 200 square meters. The walk-in closet was connected to the master bedroom. Muttering under his breath, "You're the one who told me to come in," Yu Xuanchuan opened the closet door. Even so, he maintained the basic courtesy one should have when entering someone else's private space. He didn't rummage or look around too much. He simply took a short-sleeved shirt from the nearest rack and casually grabbed a pair of casual slacks. Yu Xuanchuan was a bit shorter than Yen Qingchuan, and not as well-built. Wearing the latter's clothes made his shoulders look narrower, and the pants hung a little too long, so he had to borrow a belt from the closet as well. After lunch, Yu Xuanchuan got ready to head out. Before he left, the housekeeper even made a point to tell him the door code. He searched for the nearest computer mall, but standing at the bus stop, he suddenly remembered it didn't have a single cent on him. After struggling for a long while, he finally admitted defeat against the thought of walking 3 hours and messaged Yen Qingchuan. "Lend me 2 yuan. The island project Jiang Zhou was in the middle of speaking when he noticed a strange smile suddenly appear on Yen Qingchuan's face as he looked at his phone. He stopped mid-sentence, staring straight at him. Yen Qingchuan set the phone down. "Go on." Jiang Zhou couldn't continue. "Something's off about you." Yen Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh." Jiang Zhou said seriously, "You're smiling indecently." "The island project, I think we should." Jiang Zhou abruptly dropped to his knees. "I'm sorry, I'm the indecent one." Chapter 13. Not being able to scrape together even $2, it's not hard to imagine just how desperate Yu Zunchen's situation was at that moment. But Yen Qingchuan didn't ask anything. He didn't ask what Yu Xuanchuan needed the money for, nor whether $2 would even be enough. If Yu Xuanchuan said $2, then it was $2. And the red packet Yen Qingchuan sent contained not a cent more. Sometimes Yu Xuanchuan found Yen Qingchuan incredibly annoying and lacking boundaries, at other times, he found him almost overly considerate. He scanned the code to board the bus and headed straight to a second-hand electronics shop in the computer market. His phone was the latest top-tier model, priced at 13,000 yuan on the official website. But as a second-hand phone, even if used only a day, it would depreciate by over 1,000. Yu Xuanchuan also picked out a cheap second-hand Android phone in the shop to offset part of the cost, leaving him with 10,500 yuan in hand. This money was now his entire net worth. Yu Xuanchuan first returned the 2 yuan to Yen Qingchuan. He found a nearby internet cafe, quickly polished his resume, and began sending applications. Yu Zunchen's resume was impressive, both his alma mater and on-campus experience, internships, and awards made him highly competitive even among fresh graduates. Although he was no longer technically a fresh graduate, still, he quickly filtered for suitable positions and sent out nearly 100 applications. But Yu Xuanchuan didn't have high hopes for this. He wasn't sure how far Shiyufu would go this time. He slouched in the booth, scrolling aimlessly through pages of part-time jobs and hotels, irritably lighting one cigarette after another. Someone who hadn't smoked before had already started unconsciously relying on nicotine. The matter of 20 million yuan, while not exactly making Yu Xuanchuan panic, was serious. After all, there's a saying, when you owe the bank 100,000, you panic, when you owe 1 billion, the bank panics. That logic worked here too. If his penalty had been only a few 100,000 or 1 million, he probably would have tried every possible way to scrape together the money. But now that the amount had inexplicably ballooned to 20 million. All he could think was, whatever. If Shiyufu has the guts to put me on the default list, that would be her real loss of face. She wouldn't do that, and Yu-Pei wouldn't allow it. The immediate priority was to scrape together 13,000 yuan to return to Qingchao. The other matter was the computer Yu Xuanchuan had left in the hotel, which still contained many unfinished tracks. That was truly unrecoverable. Just thinking about it irritated him, and even opening his email felt aggressive. Yu Xuanchuan emailed several domestic and international labels he worked with, using the excuse that his computer had been damaged by water to extend submission deadlines. He spent the entire afternoon at the computer, calling every nightclub hiring DJs within a 20-kilometer radius. Flicking ash from his cigarette, he received a voice call from Yan Qingchuan. He picked it up casually, hot pot at home tonight. What do you want to eat? Yu Xuanchuan. I have an interview. An interview tonight? What time will you be back? I'll wait for you. You don't need to. I don't like eating alone. Yan Qingchuan said, do you prefer beef neck or ribeye? Do you want cilantro? Auntie said she can skewer some beef with cilantro for us. Yu Xuanchuan seemed to picture Yan Qingchuan or Auntie carefully comparing and choosing ingredients at the supermarket. No one had ever waited for him to eat before. The refusal rolled around on his tongue, then stiffened into, either is fine. All right, Yan Qingchuan said, see you tonight. After hanging up, Yu Xuanchuan realized he had subconsciously followed Yan Qingchuan's rhythm. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, got off the plane, refunded his ticket, and took a cab to the bar where he had scheduled an interview. Yu Xuanchuan ran to 3 bars urgently hiring DJs. In the end, he chose the largest one, though it was still only a medium-sized bar. The offered salary wasn't much. But at least it kept him from idly sitting on his savings. When Yu Xuanchuan got home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He wasn't sure if Yan Qingchuan would still be waiting for him at that hour. The thought that he actually was made him feel a burden, and he anxiously watched the elevator floors tick by. Hurrying to the door, he ran straight into Auntie leaving. Inside, warm yellow light filled the room, and the rich, savory aroma of hot pot drifted through the door crack, making him slightly dazed. Before leaving, Auntie smiled at him, apparently still amused by something Yan Qingchuan had said, and told Yu Xuanchuan, you're back just in time. Come in and eat. Ah, Yan said you can't handle spicy, so we made a tomato and clear broth base for you. Yu Xuanchuan, I can eat a little spicy. No, you can't handle even a little spicy, Yan Qingchuan said from the entryway as Yu Xuanchuan went to change shoes, I can. Auntie left, and Yan Qingchuan smiled at him. You can handle it, but can your ass handle it? Yu Xuanchuan's temple twitched. Yan Qingchuan, still teasing, Yu Xuanchuan, I'm not eating. When he got angry, his way of coping was to avoid, something Yan Qingchuan had predicted. Before Yu Xuanchuan could turn away, he grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside, no skipping. Are you going to leave me to eat alone? Who in their right mind eats alone? Hot pot isn't fun alone. Every sentence started with alone, every sentence ended with alone, firing like a machine gun, grinding Yu Xuanchuan down. Yu Xuanchuan had been raised with the rule don't speak while eating or sleeping, but Yan Qingchuan was not like that. He asked if he wanted this or that, constantly putting food into Yu Xuanchuan's bowl. His mouth never stopped, asking if he was feeling alright today, if anything hurt, or if he was satisfied with last night's service, comments that would ruin anyone's appetite. Even eating couldn't shut him up. Annoying beyond belief. Yu Zunshin's ears flushed. Can you let a person just eat in peace? Yan Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. You can talk. I thought a little mute had come to my house. He was doing it on purpose. Yu Xuanchuan wanted to stab him. I don't have the habit of chatting while eating. Yan Qingchuan dropped a jingle bell roll into Yu Zunshin's bowl. There, now you have one. Yu Xuanchuan surrendered. His face clearly read you're so damn annoying, yet he cooperated with Yan Qingchuan. He couldn't start conversations, but he answered every question obediently. They spent over an hour on that meal. Afterward, they cleaned up the table together. Yan Qingchuan put the dishes in the dishwasher, then seemed to remember something and said to Yu Xuanchuan, your clothes have been washed and are back in your room. Yu Xuanchuan paused. My room? Yan Qingchuan nodded. Auntie cleaned up the guest room this afternoon. If anything's missing, just tell her. Thanks for the past couple of days, Yu Xuanchuan said, this time without hesitation. But I won't bother you anymore. Yan Qingchuan stepped out from behind the kitchen island, staring at Yu Xuanchuan, making him shiver. What are you looking at me for? Yan Qingchuan, you don't think I let you stay here for free, do you? Yu Xuanchuan choked. I didn't think that. Yan Qingchuan laughed. Good. Anyway, I live alone. The guest room would be empty either way. Just pay me rent. Yu Xuanchuan, you don't have to. Can't afford it. Not even 2,000. Yan Qingchuan cut him off, giving him a look as if it explained why he needed to borrow $2 from him earlier. Yu Zunshin's forehead twitched. Who are you looking down on? It wasn't until he was in the shower that Yu Xuanchuan realized had fallen into Yan Qingchuan's trap again. The apartment was in a great location in a high-end community. A quick search on rental apps showed similar empty units going for at least 20 to 30,000 per month, yet Yan Qingchuan had rented out his secondary bedroom for 2,000. 2,000 wouldn't even rent a bathroom in this neighborhood. The water ran loudly as Yu Xuanchuan stood barefoot under the shower. Steam filled the bathroom. He watched the water flow down the drain, then lifted a hand to wipe his face with the warm water. He turned off the water, dried his hair, and stepped out wearing Yan Qingchuan's pajamas, still damp from his shower. He looked at the person sitting on the sofa reading. Hey. Yan Qingchuan looked up. Yu Xuanchuan asked, what's your name? After knowing each other for a few days, and after 2 rounds in bed, he finally remembered to ask. Yan Qingchuan laughed. Yan Qingchuan. You can also call me Yan, like Auntie does. Too intimate. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't bring himself to say it. Thanks, rolled around his tongue, but he still couldn't say it. He just said, oh. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Yan Qingchuan, good night, Xiao Sun. Yu Xuanchuan stiffened all over and turned his head. Don't call me that. Yan Qingchuan, why not? Yu Xuanchuan grit his teeth. I don't like it. Yan Qingchuan's expression brightened. Oh, really? Yu Xuanchuan was about to open the door and go inside when Yan Qingchuan's lips parted behind him. Then good night, Xuanchuan. Bam. Yu Xuanchuan slammed his forehead against the door. He flailed like a cat that had just had its tail stepped on, eyes wide, glaring at Yan Qingchuan for what felt like forever, furiously bristling all over. Yu Xuanchuan. Call me Yu Xuanchuan. Then he dashed into the room, slamming the door hard, leaving Yan Qingchuan alone in the quiet living room. The living room was peaceful. The ornamental fish swam back and forth, tiny bubbles rising from the air pump. Yan Qingchuan covered his face with his book and laughed. Chapter 14. When Yan Qingchuan woke up the next day, there was already some activity in the kitchen. He went over and saw Yu Xuanchuan wearing an apron, frying eggs, with a pot of soft, simmered seafood congee on the table. There's some leftover vegetables from last night in the fridge. Just stir-fry them and it'll be fine, Yushun said when he noticed him. There's no lard at home, so I cooked the congee with shrimp oil. Try it and see if it's too salty. His cooking movements were very practiced. While stir-frying, he would tidy the kitchen as he went. Although the dishes he served were simple home-style meals, he made sure to plate them nicely. The seafood congee was smooth, savory, and fragrant. Yan Qingchuan looked at Yushun sitting across from him. Shuan, are you a snail girl? Cough, cough. Cough. Yushun choked on a spoonful of congee, his face turning bright red. He pushed away Yan Qingchuan's hand, which had been smoothing his back. What snail? No, cough, cough, can you speak properly? Don't call me that. Yan Qingchuan placed a glass of water beside him. Is there a problem? Shuan, it's so cute. Yushun, I already said I don't like it. Yan Qingchuan, why not? Because in the past 20-some years, no one had ever called him that. Even with Qing Chao, whom he considered closest, they always addressed each other by full names. Shao Sun, Shuan. These words felt far too intimate. Yushun wasn't used to it. But he was stubborn to the core. Don't like means don't like. There's no reason. Yan Qingchuan, why not? Ah. Yushun nearly lost it. No reason means no reason. Are you annoying or what? Yan Qingchuan leaned closer, sincerity written all over his face, but I really like it. Can't I call you that? Yushun stayed silent for a long while, averting his eyes. Do as you like. Soft-hearted and easy to coax, Yan Qingchuan covered his lips to suppress a smile, praising the congee as delicious. Yushun, ears flushed, didn't respond. After a while, he murmured, if you like, I can make it again tomorrow. Great, Yan Qingchuan agreed instantly. But can we change it up for breakfast tomorrow? Yushun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't like owing anyone. But he didn't really know how else to express his gratitude to Yan Qingchuan. After thinking it over, cooking was the only thing he could at least offer. Originally, he didn't even know how to cook. Growing up, he never had control over what or how he ate. There were always maids in charge of meals and so-called nutritionists. Everything was decided by Shiyufu. He only began to catch his breath after going abroad to study. Transforming from someone who had never so much as touched a cooking utensil into a chef whose skills could rival a Michelin-starred cook. After breakfast, the two of them got ready and left the house. Yan Qingchuan drove to work, while Yushun went to buy a few changes of clothes. He didn't go to a shopping mall or pedestrian street, instead, he went to a local market. The clothes there were outdated and roughly made, but cheap, 3 pieces for 100 yuan, pick whatever you like. He had learned about this during the filming of a movie, where he played a killer working at a hair salon. The market's clothes were mostly old-fashioned, but Yushun carefully selected a few outfits, managing to piece together several vintage Hong Kong-style looks out of a sea of flashy garments. With his straight posture and broad shoulders, his natural poise and charm were evident even with a mask on. The market vendors, enchanted by him, couldn't stop asking questions. Interrogating him about everything from how many people were in his family to whether the children would take the mother's surname. Their enthusiasm made Yushun dizzy. The shop owners, thrilled by his presence, waved their hands in a big gesture, buy 3, get 1 free. When he was about to leave, they even held his hand, reluctant to let him go. Young man, next time you buy clothes, come to me. I'll give you a 20% discount. After buying clothes, he went to an internet cafe. He first checked the feedback on the resumes he had sent out, then downloaded music production software, put on his headphones, and began composing tracks. The internet cafe's headphones had poor sound quality, and without a professional keyboard or equipment, he could only create some basic tracks, which he then exported to a USB before leaving. At 9 o'clock that night, the nightclub opened. And his night job officially began. Although he hadn't DJ'd since entering the entertainment industry, the work wasn't unfamiliar to him. During university abroad, DJing had been one of the side jobs he secretly did without Shiyufu knowing. Wearing a hat and mask, in the pulsing music and dim lights, no one cared who was behind the mixing console. They only responded to the rhythm Yushuan controlled, letting loose, laughing, and releasing their energy. The nightclub ran from the early session to the early hours of the next morning, divided into 5 sets. Each DJ worked for about an hour to an hour and a half per set, rotating to keep the energy high. At 3 in the morning, Yushuan finished work and returned home. He entered quietly and was surprised to see the entryway light still on, realizing Yan Qingchuan hadn't gone to bed. Entering the room, he saw that Yan's bedroom door was closed. This light had been left on for him. Yushuan stood silently in the entryway for a moment, gently turned off the light, and, bathed in moonlight, went to the guest bathroom for a quick wash before lying down on the bed, staring at the ceiling light for a moment before closing his eyes. There was no Yuchixia, no Shiyufu, and no Jian Sizhou that day. Busy and broke, Yushuan felt happy and relaxed. At 6:30, Yuzunchen's alarm went off along with the city waking up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he turned off the alarm and rolled over for a few more minutes of dozing before suddenly sitting upright. After washing his hands and tying on an apron, he began making breakfast for Yan Qingchuan. At 7 o'clock, Yan Qingchuan got up. They sat across from each other at the table. Breakfast was simple: sandwiches, millet porridge with Chinese yam, and scrambled eggs. "What time did you get back last night?" Yan asked. Yushuan answered without hesitation. 3:30. "So you didn't sleep much?" "Not really. I'll sleep after breakfast." Yan Qingchuan said nothing further. When Yushuan changed clothes and prepared to leave, there was no remark about catching up on sleep or anything like that. At the entryway, one of them slipped on leather shoes, the other on the canvas shoes from the market, 59 yuan a pair. Yushuan bent his head to tie his laces, exposing a patch of pale skin at the back of his neck. Yan Qingchuan's gaze lingered on that spot. "I forgot to ask a couple of days ago, about what happened the last time you were drugged. Did you manage to handle it?" Yushuan looked up, locking eyes with him for 2 seconds before suddenly realizing. At the time, one thing after another had happened, each incident making his blood boil. He had long since shoved this matter far, far out of his mind. Seeing his expression, Yan Qingchuan understood immediately. "Want me to help?" Yushuan shook his head. "Forget it, doesn't matter." He didn't want to dwell on any part of the past anymore. They each went out separately. Yushuan returned to the internet cafe, cycling between the cafe, the nightclub, and home, his 3 points of life repeating endlessly. Aside from occasional interactions with Yan Qingchuan at breakfast, they barely crossed paths, yet no matter what time he got home, the entryway always had a light waiting for him. During this period, he received plenty of interview invitations, but almost all of them fell through for various reasons even after he got an offer. Worse still, there were times when, after repeatedly confirming he could start and turning down other offers, the HR wouldn't answer calls or messages and simply vanished. Having anticipated this, Yushuan hardly got angry. He knew all of this was the work of Shiyufu. She was exhausting every effort to strangle him, trying to force him to bow his head. But how was that possible? Who would return to a cage after tasting true freedom? He wasn't going back as she wished, wouldn't entangle himself with Jian Sizhou again, and certainly wouldn't meddle in the love between Yuchixia and Jian Sizhou to play the role of the so-called public enemy number 1. Life was his own, no one could control it. Not Shiyufu, not God, not even the author. His phone buzzed on the bed. The ringtone rang half a beat late. Yushuan picked it up, seeing an unfamiliar number. "Hello. It's me. Jian Sizhou." That voice was far too familiar to Yushuan. He slammed the phone down with a snap. Damn lunatic. Chapter 15. Jian Shizhou frowned at the black screen of his phone. Yu Qixia, sitting on the sofa, looked disappointed. I thought he'd at least answer your call. And indeed, Jian Shizhou had thought the same. He hadn't taken Yu Zunshan's breakup words to heart. Xuanxuan often acted like this, disappearing when displeased, spoiled and self-centered. Thinking only of himself and completely disregarding those around him. Jian Shizhou didn't care about the things Xuanxuan did, yet this guy had a fiery temper. He would hang up as soon as he heard a familiar voice. Jian Shizhou put away his phone and said to Yu Qixia, "Don't worry about him. It's not the first time. Give it some time, he'll come back on his own." Yu Qixia shook his head. "But I heard from Qingqiao that Mom not only froze his account but also demanded 20 million in compensation. He doesn't have a single cent. He can't even go back to the hotel. Where is he supposed to go?" These past few days, unable to contact Yu Xuanxuan, he hadn't eaten or slept properly. His tiny face looked even sharper. A couple of days ago had fainted directly on set, and even sitting on a hospital bed, his face lacked color. Jian Shizhou looked at him, wishing he could tie Yu Xuanxuan in front of him. "And you still have time to worry about him? Did you take your medicine today?" Yu Qixia scrunched his little face. "It's too bitter." "Bitter or not, you have to take it." Jian Shi's tone was firm. Seeing Yu Qixia obediently take it, he softened. "I'll handle this matter. Don't go around worrying like a little old man over nothing." Yu Xuanxuan came out of the bedroom and ran straight into Yan Qingchuan, who was holding a pair of cufflinks. "Perfect timing, help me out." He was wearing a suit, double-breasted with peak lapels, solemn yet elegant, mature and composed, looking like he was about to attend a formal event. Yu Xuanxuan silently took the cufflinks, lowering his eyes to fasten them for him. His slightly cool fingertips occasionally brushed against the skin of Yan Qingchuan's wrist. Yan Qingchuan chuckled, "Why the long face? Who's been annoying our Xuanxuan again?" With that one sentence, all the composed, elegant, mature gentleman vibes disappeared. "Our Xuanxuan? Who are we?" Displeasure was written all over Yu Zunshan's eyes. Yan Qingchuan raised an eyebrow. "What, struck dumb by my handsomeness?" Yu Xuanxuan didn't want to answer either question and instead deflected casually, "How's the market for male models these days?" Yan Qingchuan paused while adjusting his cuffs, scanning him up and down. "Curious? Thinking of jumping in?" Yu Xuanxuan gave a half-smile, not a real one. Yan Qingchuan pondered his words for a moment. For a washed-up entertainer to switch careers and seek a second spring, that's a good gimmick. Unable to hold back, Yu Xuanxuan punched Yan Qingchuan lightly on the shoulder. Yan Qingchuan clutched his shoulder and stepped back 2 paces. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Stop pretending, I didn't even hit hard." Yu Xuanxuan said that, but he couldn't help stepping forward, only to have Yan Qingchuan seize the opportunity and flick him on the forehead. Yu Xuanxuan clutched his forehead. His big eyes wide with shock. "You trust people too easily. Modeling isn't for you." "I was just joking." "And you actually took it seriously." "He's crazy. He wants to be a duck." Yu Xuanxuan had a certain pride about him. Yan Qingchuan imagined his stubborn, never-bow-down character trying to play the obedient little duck, had probably last only a few words before getting a client to smash his head. The thought made him chuckle quietly. Yu Xuanxuan glared at him. Yan Qingchuan looked innocent as he walked toward the entrance. "If there's anything I can help you with, just say it." "What could you possibly help me with?" Yu Xuanxuan said, exasperated. "You're not some Aladdin's lamp that grants wishes with a rub." Yan Qingchuan looked back. "How would you know if you don't try?" Yu Xuanxuan waved him off with a "Do you really think he'll believe that?" expression. After spending so many days together. Neither had mentioned that Yu Xuanxuan had once thought of Yan Qingchuan as a duck. But Yu Xuanxuan had long realized he wasn't some ordinary club model. Which club duck works 96 weekends off, and comes from such a wealthy background. Even the suit he wore today was obviously high-end bespoke. Just the scable diamond-embedded wool alone cost nearly 20,000 renminbi per meter. A club duck working a whole night wouldn't earn that much in commission, so there's no way he could afford such clothes. Yu Xuanchuan wasn't stupid. And precisely because he wasn't stupid, he didn't want to owe Yan Qingchuan any more than he already did. The next day was the weekend. At 7 in the morning, the two were once again seated at the breakfast table on time. Yan Qingchuan looked at the dark circles under Yu Zunqian's eyes and told him not to make breakfast anymore. Why? Yu Xuanchuan thought for a moment. Does it not suit your taste? Of course not. Yu Xuanchuan frowned. Then why? Because Yan Qingchuan deliberately dragged out the word. Seeing Yu Xuanchuan about to get angry again, he finally smiled. Auntie said you did all her work. Yu Xuanchuan, huh? Yan Qingchuan shrugged helplessly. I don't want to give up your breakfast either, but Auntie said you did her work and now I have to deduct her pay. Can you bear that? Yu Xuanchuan had nothing to say. Yawning, he started clearing the table. Yan Qingchuan took the dishes from his hands. If you're tired, just go back to sleep. These past few days, Yu Xuanchuan really hadn't been sleeping well. Even though his DJ shifts sometimes ended early and sometimes late, he needed to save money quickly, not only to pay Ching Chao back, but also to buy a computer, a music production keyboard, and some plugins and equipment. So he voluntarily took extra shifts, often returning home in the early hours, occasionally staying up all night. During the day, he would mostly go out, either to interviews or to the internet cafe to piece together tracks. His dark circles were visibly deepening. He was indeed reaching his limit. After hearing Yan Qingchuan's words, he hesitated for a moment, but sleepiness won out, and he went back to his room for a nap. When he woke up, Yan Qingchuan insisted that Yu Xuanchuan accompany him to the supermarket, calling it a way to relieve stress. Even though Yu Xuanchuan was 1,000 times unwilling, he was still dragged out the door. They went to the nearest supermarket. Yan Qingchuan pushed the cart, walking from the snack aisle to the fruits and vegetables. He asked Yu Xuanchuan what he wanted to eat tomorrow, and together they planned meals for the coming week, taking over the auntie's shopping chores and filling the entire cart to the brim. When it came time to pay, Yu Xuanchuan insisted on covering the cost, and Yan Qingchuan didn't argue. After bagging the last item, Yan Qingchuan lifted the shopping bags with one hand while Yu Xuanchuan bent over to check the receipt, preparing to exchange it for a parking voucher. He hadn't cared much about this before, but now, being broke, every penny counted. Suddenly, a new song played in the supermarket. Yu Xuanchuan froze. Yan Qingchuan looked back. What's wrong? Something the matter? Nothing, Yu Xuanchuan said, snapping out of it. The items on the receipt were all correct. It was just that the familiar melody awakened some long-buried memories. The song playing in the supermarket was one he had written long ago. Because of Shi Yufu, Yu Xuanchuan had started playing instruments from a young age. Perhaps he inherited Shi Yufu's musical talent. Yu Xuanchuan not only played the cello well, but could also quickly pick up any instrument he touched. Over time, he developed a genuine love for making music, not limited to the cello or classical music. In high school, Yu Zunqian's every move was under Shi Yufu's watchful eyes. He had to submit flawless work, participate in countless competitions, and prepare for student council elections, aiming to become the president. He had to be the exemplary student whom everyone would envy and praise, the best product of Shi Yufu's rigorous teaching methods. He preferred to stay at school under the pretext of studying or preparing for competitions rather than going home. Like squeezing water from a sponge, he stole time between responsibilities to secretly compose songs. During those years, he wrote a lot of songs and even created an online account to post them. If he was lucky, some of his songs would get recognition and likes, which allowed him to meet a group of like-minded friends. They would communicate and share ideas across the internet. At one point, he almost formed a band with these friends. They planned to meet during summer break. And Yu Xuanchuan had already thought of an excuse to sneak out early. He intended to use Qing Chao as a cover, claiming they were going to participate in a school-organized summer camp together. But all of that came to a halt because Yu Qixia, that precocious little sibling, entered high school. When Yu Xuanchuan played the cello as a child, Yu Qixia insisted on playing it too. Even though he wasn't particularly skilled, at social gatherings, Yu Pei and the other guests praised him more, saying he was quick to grasp things and would soon surpass his brother. Shi Yufu could only keep a straight face and agree. Afterwards, Yu Xuanchuan was locked in that room and forbidden to leave until he played to his satisfaction. In high school, when Yu Xuanchuan pursued music, Yu Qixia somehow found out and also wanted to form a band. His carefully guarded secret was then exposed to Shi Yufu. His cello was smashed, his sheet music torn apart. And he was even forced to cut the strings of the guitar that carried so many of his secret moments with scissors. That summer, Yu Xuanchuan didn't even have time to say goodbye to the friends he had made online. All of his dreams, interests, happiness, and freedom were severed by those snipped strings one evening. Even later, when he briefly escaped Shi Yufu's control by studying abroad, even as he resumed music production, DJ'd at bars, temporarily formed a band, and secretly collaborated with foreign labels to compose and write songs after debuting, he never thought of this incident again. That period of his life was a pause in his youth, a rest note. Covered in dust, carefully hidden by Yu Xuanchuan in a corner where no light could reach. Returning home from the bar late at night, Yu Xuanchuan found it no longer easy to fall asleep. The once popular original music websites had, under the rapid iteration of the internet, become a thing of the past. After thinking for a long time, he vaguely remembered the Weibo account he had used back then and logged in. Spring, welcome back. Chapter 16. Skipping the welcome back recommendation page, the homepage pinged with a refresh. A familiar yet strange friend ID appeared, marked with a yellow verification badge, posting a new song just seconds before he logged into Weibo. The last post from this account had been a repost promoting that friend's new song, with comments urging him to release his own music so fans could enjoy the demo Yu Xuanchuan had secretly sent. There were also messages in private chat asking about him, but Yu Xuanchuan hesitated and didn't reply. Over 99 unread messages awaited him. Aside from random thanks for follows, almost every message and comment asked why he had suddenly disappeared. Some private messages dated back half a month, featuring crying emojis and asking if he would ever return after graduating from university. Yu Xuanchuan scrolled through them one by one, the blue light from the screen reflecting in his pupils. He kept reading through the night, he hadn't even slept that morning, and listened as Yu Qingchuan occasionally made noises outside, yet he didn't get up. He only climbed out of bed after almost finishing all the messages and comments. Today, the housekeeper had called in sick, so Yu Qingchuan had ordered takeout. Seeing Yu Xuanchuan come out of the bedroom, he called him over to eat. Afterward, he asked if Yu Xuanchuan wanted coffee. When he nodded, Yu Qingchuan made a hand-poured cup for each of them. Sitting on the sofa and calculating his finances, Yu Xuanchuan realized that after accounting for expenses and earnings from DJing, he had roughly 10,000 yuan. That was not enough to buy a computer suitable for music production, nor a professional synthesizer. He could buy a cheap guitar for a few thousand, but it wouldn't be very useful at the moment. A cool touch on his forehead made him look up. Yu Qingchuan pressed the steaming coffee cup against it. Trouble on your mind? Your frown could even trap a mosquito. Yu Xuanchuan took the coffee, instinctively denying it. It's nothing. Yu Qingchuan casually sat beside him. Well, I'm technically your roommate now. If you need help, just ask. What if he paused and looked at Yu Xuanchuan? I can't help either. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Xuanchuan choked a bit on the coffee. Yu Qingchuan wore a look that basically said, see? Doesn't that make sense? His fair fingertips traced circles around the cup's rim. After a while, Yu Xuanchuan finally said, Yu Qingchuan, can I borrow your computer for a bit? His eyes shone as he looked at him, like a little cat staring at food, impossible not to be charmed. Yu Qingchuan didn't answer. Yu Xuanchuan immediately added. A bit stiffly, if it's inconvenient, forget it. Yu Qingchuan said, I saw that conflicted look on your face, I thought you were going to ask me for money. He got up and went into the study. This laptop I barely use, you can take it, Yu Qingchuan said, bringing out a notebook. And if you ever need to use the study computer, just go ahead. No need to ask next time. Yu Xuanchuan thanked him and reached for it, but Yu Qingchuan, as usual, decided to be mischievous, making him grab empty air several times in a row. Yu Xuanchuan was speechless. Are you actually going to lend it or not? Yu Qingchuan replied, only if you call me something nice. Under someone's roof, you have to bow. A dragon in shallow water is toyed with by shrimp, a tiger fallen to flatland is bullied by dogs, a phoenix in water is no better than a chicken. Patience carries a blade. Yu Xuanchuan ground his teeth. What counts as something nice? Yu Qingchuan thought for a moment. At least call me Yen. Always Yu Qingchuan, so distant and formal. Yu Xuanchuan opened his mouth but couldn't say it, his ears burning red. He stayed silent, and so did Yu Qingchuan. They just sat there, face to face. Yu Qingchuan wasn't in a hurry anyway. Yen. It's just a name. How hard could it be? Yu Xuanchuan rehearsed it frantically in his mind, hesitating and stopping, wanting to speak but holding back for 2 minutes. Yu Qingchuan finally gave in first, suppressing a laugh as he handed over the laptop. Sorry for making this difficult for you. It's not. Yu Xuanchuan squeezed out between his teeth, still unable to articulate properly, taking the computer with a scowl and muttering thanks. He hurried back to his room, shut the door, paced a couple of times, and muttered into the air, Yen? Yen damn, it's not even that hard to say. Frustrated, he hugged his head. Fingers twisting through his messy hair, then opened the computer, sat cross-legged on the bed, and imported the tracks from the USB drive. Compared to the internet cafe computers, Yu Qingchuan's laptop was far more stable in audio processing. No matter how many tracks Yu Xuanchuan added, it didn't lag or crash, making his workflow much more efficient. When he finally looked up, he didn't even realize when he had shifted from the bed onto the floor, surrounded by scattered sheet music. Approaching work time, Yu Xuanchuan quickly tidied up and left. On the way, he hummed the melody continuously, tapping out the rhythm with his fingertips, immediately recording each segment on his phone. Inspiration was fleeting, even after work. Yu Xuanchuan didn't pause, completely unaware he hadn't slept for over 30 hours. After playing the full track once to confirm there were no more changes, he stretched his stiff body. Only then did he notice the sky outside had brightened. The orange-gold morning sun leapt over the city skyline, and the wind that followed sent the scattered sheets flying. Yu Xuanchuan bent down to organize the papers, one by one. Yu Qingchuan, wearing loungewear, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, on the phone. He saw Yu Xuanchuan, raised his hand, and gestured toward the dining table. He had left breakfast for him. After eating, Yu Xuanchuan took his laptop and left. After checking in at the reception, he was led into the studio. He closed the door, removed his hat and mask, and gently ruffled his flattened hair. Connecting the laptop to the synthesizer, he got to work. The studio he rented, without including an audio engineer, cost 900 yuan per hour. It was small, located in a remote area, and its equipment was of average quality. So it was cheaper. He rented it for 2 hours, 800 yuan in total. When leaving the studio, the receptionist asked if he wanted them to handle post-production mixing, but Yu Xuanchuan declined. The reason? No money. Did the whole Yu Xuanchuan thing just quietly end like that? Just before the elevator doors closed, a few people hurried in, huddling together to gossip about the entertainment industry. Yu Xuanchuan caught his name. Who knows? He hasn't made any response at all. I heard from a little bird that his company terminated his contract. Really? Absolutely true. I also heard that the industry is blacklisting him, probably abandoned by the capital. No wonder we haven't heard anything from him in half a month. Hey, look. There's a handsome guy at the back. The last line was noticeably quieter. The group peeked through the slightly illuminated elevator doors at Yu Xuanchuan standing against the wall. He's covering up so much, do you have X-ray vision? My eyes are perfect, thank you very much. Then go get his number. Just then, the elevator arrived. Yu Xuanchuan said excuse me, brushing past them and walking out. For a few seconds, the group of girls went silent. Wow, his voice is so nice. Damn, I accidentally made eye contact with him just now, never seen a man with eyes this beautiful in my life. I should have added him on WeChat earlier, damn it. No matter their regrets, they wouldn't connect the person in front of them to the gossip they were just talking about. Yu Xuanchuan, for his part, wasn't angry hearing these comments about himself from strangers, not like he used to be. After leaving the world revolving around Yuchixia, his mindset had become calm. He didn't even feel that the Yu Xuanchuan they were discussing was him. To him, they were just inconsequential people talking about an inconsequential matter. Still, it served as a reminder. He logged into Weibo, ignored the messages from users angrily demanning him. Submitted his account deletion request, and then logged out. Q. After finishing work, Song Hangqing received an invite from a friend in the circle to play a game together. Thinking of the fans in his DMs clamoring for him to go live, Song Hangqing adjusted his camera and started his live stream. The moment he went live, the online viewer count in his stream skyrocketed to over 3,000. Wow, you actually came back. 30 years. Do you know how I survived 30 years without you? You heartless man, only singing together to Wushan can make me happy again. Sing. 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 If you don't sing, I'm going to throw a fit QAQ. Song Hangqing deftly launched the game. Although the popularity of PUBG had waned over the past 2 years, Song Hangqing was still mediocre but obsessed. His teammates were also streaming, and aside from necessary game communication, everyone mostly stayed muted, chatting with fans instead. Amid the chat, a message scrolled by. Hangqing, hurry. Spring posted a new song on Weibo. Song Hangqing glanced at it, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. Holy crap. Song Hangqing, Spring is back. A teammate squealed in his headphones. Song Hangqing's hand shook, accidentally revealing his position to the enemy. Could this be real? He couldn't focus on the game anymore and immediately opened Weibo. In the chat, clueless fans asked, who's Spring? For most current netizens, the name Spring was unfamiliar, but anyone who had followed the Chinese-style goofing music scene for a long time would know him. A master of lyrics, composition, and performance, Spring's breakout song Wan Lai Xing Shan had once propelled the then niche goofing genre to a wider audience, and it remains a classic in the scene. He subsequently released a dozen or more original and adapted works, becoming the first in the scene to fuse classical symphony with traditional instruments for goofing creations. Unfortunately, 8 years ago, he suddenly vanished from public view without a word. The day before his sudden disappearance online, he had even told Song Hangqing he wanted to try a new style of classical rock. After that, his profile picture went permanently dark, and no one could contact him. When friends in the circle got together and shared information, they realized that apart from knowing Spring was a high schooler living in City A, they knew nothing else. Song Hangqing clicked into Spring's Weibo page. 8 years later, he had posted a new song. Spring, Long Time No See. Chapter 17. The new song Spring released shared the same title as his Weibo post, Long Time No See. Song Hangqing clicked in, scrolling through the credits, from composition and lyrics to mixing and mastering. And realized that Spring had truly staged a resurrection. Spring's voice carried a metallic undertone, like red wine swirling against the walls of a glass, gentle yet magnetic, rich yet bright. It was pleasant to hear and instantly captivating. The style had shifted dramatically, incorporating electronic elements Spring had never tried before, but his signature strings remained intact. It was a pop song, and Song Hanking's first thought, this was a good song. Second thought, it would blow up. He reposted immediately, and as the homepage refreshed, many of his friends in the circle had already shared Spring's post. Holy crap, I've lived long enough to see this. Ah, kid, you actually came back. Grandma, the blogger I follow has come back to life. I knew miracles could happen as long as one stays alive. Sniff baby, where on earth were you for these 800 years? After 8 years of silence. Spring's comeback with a new song shook nearly the entire music scene, instantly trending. Who is this? Why are so many of the songwriters I follow sharing this? Spring. An elder in the One Gufeng refers to a Chinese music and cultural style inspired by ancient Chinese aesthetics, particularly traditional poetry, literature, and historical imagery. In music, Gufeng songs continue reading Gufeng Circle. Ah, my white moonlight is back. Sniff cried listening to this, not joking, Spring's voice is so gentle QAQ. Long time no see, I've been waiting for you. The hashtag Spring long time no see dominated the trending square, attracting even casual passers-by into the frenzy. Yet Spring himself was unaware. While the music circle buzzed over his return, Yu Xuanchuan was DJing at a bar. By the time he finished work, his inbox was flooded. Fans were asking where he had gone all these years, why he hadn't replied, and if something had happened to him. Back then, his reputation had been limited to a small, exclusive circle. Now, many of those friends were well-known musicians or singer-songwriters with millions of followers. Spring's absence and sudden return had transformed him from a niche talent into a phenomenon, and the anticipation for his next move had the whole circle on edge. The messages flooded in most rapidly from Song Hangqing, just his direct messages alone numbered over 20, demanding to know why Yu Xuanchuan hadn't replied on the Penguin app. Yu Xuanchuan finally remembered that long-forgotten social app. He logged into it and was immediately bombarded with messages from friends. People had been waiting for him all along. He apologized to everyone and briefly explained why he had suddenly disappeared back then, without going into much detail, just saying that his secret music hobby had been discovered by his family. At the time, he was just a high school student. The youngest among his circle of friends. Everyone knew his family was strict, so they had already guessed most of the reason even before Yu Xuanchuan confirmed it. They only regretted that such talent had been wasted for so many years. But after so many blank years, it was hard for Yu Xuanchuan to reconnect with his friends like before. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the conversation mostly ran dry. Except for Song Hangqing, who had been closest to Yu Xuanchuan back then. After receiving his reply, he remained silent for a while before sending a voice message. So, your family situation is settled now? You're not going to disappear again right after this comeback, are you? Yu Xuanchuan typed, shouldn't be. Song Hangqing, that's great. You haven't forgotten about the collaboration we talked about before, right? You said you'd write a song for me. Yu Xuanchuan paused. Indeed, there had been such a promise back then, but he didn't expect Song Hangqing to remember. Let alone wait for him all this time without any word from him. With his current reputation, Yu Xuanchuan didn't lack people to write songs for him anyway. He hesitated for a moment. Song Hangqing sent a string of question marks. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Yu Xuanchuan, been a bit busy lately. Might not have the time. Song Hangqing, busy with what? Yu Xuanchuan, working. He also had deadlines with the labels he was collaborating with, at least 3 songs to finish. Song Hangqing remembered that Yu Xuanchuan came from a well-off family, attended an international private school, and the school even had an orchestra, back then, the strings in his songs were all grand, live recordings. And now he was busy working part-time. Song Hangqing, you didn't fight with your family and gain your musical freedom, did you? Yu Xuanchuan. Song Hangqing, then I'll pay triple for a song. You sneak it in for me. Yu Xuanchuan could never accept his money. He knew Song Hangqing was just trying to help, so he refused, maybe later. Song Hangqing, no, Spring, I just realized you're not cute at all like before. After long time no see had been topping the charts on various music apps for a week, a music platform reached out to Yu Xuanchuan, hoping to have him sign an exclusive contract. Over the years, many had tried to buy the rights to Wan Lai Xingshan. But they struggled to find the original creator, so the song had only circulated online as pirated copies. Even amid the current revival of Chinese-style music, it had not been adapted or performed on larger stages like other popular traditional-style songs. A long-standing classic song, coupled with a musician whose creative level remained impressive both 8 years ago and now, represented extremely high investment potential. The platform invited Yu Xuanchuan to become an exclusive signed singer-songwriter, offering very attractive terms. Enough money to buy professional production equipment. Yet Yu Xuanchuan declined. The reason was simple, the platform belonged to the entertainment company founded by Jian Xizhou. In the entertainment industry, there are no real secrets. Platforms might compete, but at the executive level, information flows freely. No matter which company Yu Xuanchuan signed with, Jian Xizhou would eventually learn about it. He didn't want to gamble on that. While an exclusive signing was off the table, selling adaptation rights was still possible. Yu Xuanchuan needed money, it made no sense to let a hit song that could generate income sit idle. The only catch was that he couldn't use his own information to sign. After thinking it over, the only person he could ask for help was Yan Qingchuan. But Yu Xuanchuan didn't know how to bring it up. He had been circling Yan Qingchuan like a little sunflower for days before the normally patient Yan Qingchuan finally lost his patience. Yu Xuanchuan would endure silently, but he never said a word. Yan Qingchuan draped his jacket over his arm, knelt on one knee on the sofa, tugging lightly at his tie as he looked at Yu Xuanchuan. Say it. You've been watching me like this for days, what is it you want? Yu Xuanchuan couldn't hold back, who's been watching you? Yan Qingchuan improvised, if you don't tell me, I'm leaving. Wait. Yu Xuanchuan hurried after him. I want you to help me with something. Yan Qingchuan pulled off his tie and gave him a look. Yu Xuanchuan briefly explained the situation. Yan Qingchuan glanced at him, you want me to handle a copyright contract and have the money wired to my account? Xuanchuan, aren't you afraid I'd just run off with it? You wouldn't. How do you know I wouldn't? You're not that kind of person. How do you know I'm not that kind of person? Yu Xuanchuan wanted to flip him off, but it felt pointless to ask. Forget it, I'll find someone else. Yan Qingchuan grabbed his wrist, who else are you going to find? You invited me first, how can you even think about someone else, you heartless man? You can only have me. Yu Xuanchuan gave him a look that clearly said, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm serious, Yan Qingchuan said, I mean you can only have me as your exclusive agent. No need. Yu Xuanchuan refused. Yu Xuanchuan was like a stray cat with a strong sense of caution, drawing a protective circle around himself. Even after spending so much time together, Yan Qingchuan had never been allowed inside that circle. His trust in Yan Qingchuan had been built through the latter's repeated help. He had mustered the courage to reach out a paw, but the moment anything felt off, he would immediately retract it. And Yan Qingchuan? He liked to see the little cat puff up and then teasingly rub against it, basically, a habitual troublemaker. I don't care. Yan Qingchuan whined. I'm your Aladdin's lamp, and I must be your agent. Yu Xuanchuan hesitated, wanted to speak but stopped, then wanted to stop but spoke, condensing thousands of thoughts into one sentence. Yan Qingchuan, are you crazy? Yan Qingchuan grinned, crazy enough. Yu Xuanchuan gave in. Under the relentless pestering of the thoroughly sick Yan Qingchuan, he eventually became Yu Zunshan's agent. Since the last time he accidentally answered Jian Siz's call, Yu Xuanchuan had gotten a new phone number that very day and registered a new WeChat account. Once the copyright money came in, the first thing he did was repay Qing Chao. For this, he had to log into his old WeChat, which had several unread messages, mostly from Yu Qixia and others. Yu Qixia sent the most. Repeatedly asking where he was. Jian Sizhou said he wouldn't break up with him for now and told him to stop causing trouble and come back quickly, don't make the whole family worry. Yu Xuanchuan figured this whole family probably meant specifically Yu Qixia. As for Shi Yufu, she seemed to think he still had some skill at retreating strategically. Combined with Jian Siz's words, it was likely that he had signaled Shi Yufu, who probably even unfroze his card. Uncertain and unclear, Yu Xuanchuan didn't bother guessing. Speechlessness was his native language at the moment. These people were all so far away, yet they could still put on such a dramatic show, it was impossible to comment. He skipped all the messages, transferred 13,000 yuan to Qing Chao, and logged out immediately. Qing Chao didn't see Yu Zunshan's message until several minutes later. He was stubborn and wouldn't apologize, but using the repayment to break the ice and give himself a way out. That was so typical of Yu Xuanchuan. His gaze shifted, landing on Yu Zunshan's avatar, the silhouette at sunset he had taken himself. That's right, Qing Chao thought. How could Yu Xuanchuan ever cut him off? He was his only friend in this world. Who else would put up with his terrible temper? His boyfriend with the last name Jian, who had never shown him a kind face. Qing Chao looked away and immediately tapped to return the transfer. After sending it back, he put away his phone without sending a single word to Yu Xuanchuan. He wasn't in a hurry, because he knew the one who was anxious was Yu Xuanchuan. He couldn't sit still for even a second longer. 321. Ding. Exactly 3 seconds later, the phone notification arrived. Qing Chao smiled faintly, but didn't check his phone right away. Instead, he leisurely drank half a cup of coffee and handled several hours worth of work before finally picking up his phone. He unlocked it, opened WeChat. And the unread messages jumped into view. XX News, 65 still working, what you need to know. Not from Yu Xuanchuan. Qing Chaos confident expression froze. References. 1 Gufeng refers to a Chinese music and cultural style inspired by ancient Chinese aesthetics, particularly traditional poetry, literature, and historical imagery. In music, Gufeng songs often blend classical Chinese instruments like guzheng, erhu, pipa, flute with modern arrangements, and their lyrics and melodies evoke the feel of ancient China, elegant, poetic, sometimes melancholic or romantic. It's not a historical genre, but a modern reinterpretation of traditional Chinese culture, popular among young artists and fans who love ancient themes, fantasy worlds, or costume dramas. Chapter 18. Ah Chao, what's up with you today? You're not saying a word, are you in a bad mood? The bar was dimly lit, the music pulsing. Someone slid in next to Qing Chao. They clinked glasses. And Qing Chao shook his head. No, just tired from work today. He chatted along with the topic the other person brought up, occasionally tapping his phone screen. The whiskey swirled lightly in his glass. Someone called his name, and he looked up. It was the youngest son of the Lin family. Had arrived late and was being teased into drinking as punishment. While sipping, he scanned the crowd, and seeing Qing Chao, raised his chin. Why just you? Where's Yu Xuanchuan? On Lin's chin, a faint scar was still visible, the one Yu Xuanchuan had left when he kicked him into the pool last month. He looked like he was ready to stir up trouble. Someone nearby snorted, him. Is he coming to overturn our table? Lin ignored him and directly ordered Qing Chao, go get Yu Xuanchuan. I need to settle this account with him today. Come on. I heard last time Yu Xuanchuan went crazy and almost burned his brother alive in a hotel. If you go after him, We're not risking our lives with that lunatic. Lin cursed under his breath. Someone leaned in, asking what had happened last time. Just mentioned you Qixia in front of him. No idea how you put up with Yu Xuanchuan. Helping him like that, and he still gets mad at you for meddling. Someone handed over a glass, and Qing Chao clinked it with him. I'm used to it. He was talking about the aftermath of Lin's injury. Qing Chao had been at that banquet too, but he didn't know how the two ended up fighting. By the time he arrived, Lin had already been kicked into the pool, and Yu Xuanchuan had long since walked away. Qing Chao couldn't understand why Yu Xuanchuan couldn't tolerate Qixia, why just hearing his name would make him fly into a rage. He always lost his temper regardless of the situation, leaving everyone else stuck in awkward positions. Most of the time, Qing Chao had to clean up after him. When Qing Chao later told him to control his temper, Yu Xuanchuan didn't understand why he was bothering. That Qixi is only 1.5 meters tall. How could he drown him? He never reflected, impossible to reason with. The Yu Xuanchuan of recent years had become increasingly difficult to communicate with. Sometimes Qing Chao wondered why he was even friends with him. Like others would ask, Yu Xuanchuan seemed utterly flawed, with no redeeming qualities. At home, he wasn't valued by Yu Pei, and everyone tacitly accepted that the heir apparent was Yu Qixia. From both personal and practical perspectives, there seemed to be no reason to associate with him. Only Qing Chao was willing to accommodate him and take on the work. Every time friends mentioned it, they'd give him a thumbs up, calling him a saint father. Qing Chao stepped out the back door of the bar, leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and thought to himself, yeah, a saint father. Who else could put up with Yu Zunchan's terrible temper besides me? Yu Xuanchuan. Of course, didn't remember any of his kindness. Frowning, Qing Chao pulled out his phone. All day long, after sending that transfer, he hadn't received a single message from Yu Xuanchuan. Annoyed, Qing Chao opened the chat window, his fingers hovering over the input box for a long moment. When the screen went black, he shoved the phone back into his pocket, let out a cold laugh, and his expression turned sour. It seemed he had been far too tolerant of Yu Xuanchuan over the years, letting him think that merely offering a step down would be enough to get him to comply. Not getting the response he wanted, he resorted to the silent treatment. Waiting for him to break the ice first. Impossible. This time, he was determined to make Yu Xuanchuan remember, to straighten out that terrible temper of his. And it was for his own good. Qing Chao thought this as he looked up and saw a figure walking past the intersection. Even though the person wore a hat and mask, he recognized Yu Xuanchuan at a glance. He knew him too well. Ignoring messages, yet following him here. Qing Chao smiled. He knew that Yu Xuanchuan simply couldn't afford to lose him as a friend. He resolved that he wouldn't let this go until he heard a proper apology from Yu Zunchan's own mouth, and he took off after him. As he took his first step, someone hooked their arm around Yu Zunchan's shoulder from behind, swung their long arm around his neck, and pulled him directly into a boutique by the roadside. Qing Chao froze instantly. That wasn't Yu Xuanchuan. After all, aside from Qing Chao, Yu Xuanchuan wouldn't get along so smoothly with anyone else. Nor would he allow someone to hook their arm around him so casually. Inside the store, Yu Xuanchuan sat on the sofa, utterly speechless, watching Yan Qingchuan swap outfit after outfit like a butterfly flitting about. This one looks good, or the previous one. Yan Qingchuan strutted like a male model. While the sales clerk kept praising him, yet he insisted on asking Yu Zunchan's opinion. Since being unexpectedly hooked by the neck and dragged in, had already tried on 5 or 6 sets. At first, Yu Xuanchuan had actually given genuine feedback, but now had grown indifferent. He looked exactly like those men who sit on a sofa playing games while accompanying their girlfriends shopping, casually muttering, "Either works." Yan Qingchuan, you're just brushing me off. Yu Xuanchuan was utterly speechless. Big bro, I'm here to look at pianos. I know. Yan Qingchuan wasn't content just picking things for himself. He went through the shelves, selecting an entire outfit for Yu Xuanchuan and handed it to him to try on. Yu Xuanchuan almost wanted to grab the clothes and hit him over the head. 2 hours and you've dragged me through 5 men's stores. I haven't even seen my piano yet, and you know. You don't know a damn thing. Move, move. Move. Yan Qingchuan shoved the clothes into his arms as Yu Xuanchuan tried to leave. I had the outfits I tried on wrapped up and sent to this address. Yan Qingchuan quickly swiped his card and signed the receipt, pointing to a few sets he had picked for Yu Xuanchuan. These too, but a size smaller than mine. Yu Xuanchuan strode off with the clear intention of shaking Yan Qingchuan off. Unfortunately, Yan Qingchuan was just as tall and long-legged, and taking advantage of his few extra centimeters, he quickly caught up with him. Xuanchuan, don't tell me you forgot that you said you'd come shopping with me first. Yu Xuanchuan didn't reply. It was true that he had said it, but Yan Qingchuan insisted on tagging along, claiming he hadn't gone shopping or bought new clothes in ages, and then he had the audacity to look at him with those puppy dog eyes first. How could he refuse? How could he refuse? Yu Xuanchuan shot him a look that clearly said. Enough shopping. I'm going to see the piano now. Yan Qingchuan concluded, you're mad? No. Then smile. Then you are mad. Yu Xuanchuan, I smiled. Yan Qingchuan, I didn't see it. I'm wearing a mask, how would you see it? Yu Xuanchuan looked at him. Do you have X-ray vision? Yan Qingchuan pushed up his non-existent glasses. Since you discovered my superpower, I won't hide it anymore. Actually, I am, hey, Xuanchuan. Yu Xuanchuan pushed open the door to the piano store, leaving Yan Qingchuan outside. Hello, are you looking for a piano? A sales assistant greeted him as he entered. Yu Xuanchuan nodded. The piano store was huge. The first floor displayed over 100 pianos from well-known brands, while other instruments were on the second and third floors. The assistant asked what kind of piano he was looking to buy. Yu Xuanchuan lightly pressed the piano keys, feeling the differences in sound between various brands and price ranges, and said. Just looking around. After browsing the first floor, he went up to the second and third floors. He skimmed over the pianos but examined the cellos in detail, occasionally testing their tones. The sales assistant followed him for a couple of rounds and quickly realized he was a professional. She proactively invited him to try the music hall upstairs. Yu Xuanchuan thought about it but refused. He didn't have enough money right now to buy the piano he wanted. He hadn't intended to buy a piano on this trip, he was purely here to look. Seeing and actually experiencing them would make his target more realistic. He just didn't expect that Yan Qingchuan could play the piano quite well too. While they were looking at the pianos on the first floor, Yan Qingchuan casually played a segment of Moonlight Sonata, attracting several customers in the store. After they left, Yu Xuanchuan even overheard someone asking the sales assistant the price of the piano he had played. Ever since you watched me play, you've been staring at me, Yan Qingchuan leaned closer. Enchanted by me? Yu Xuanchuan turned and walked away. The next day, Yu Xuanchuan received a private message from Sang Shua, Teacher Spring, can we schedule a song? Seeing the familiar name, Yu Xuanchuan clicked into the profile. With millions of followers, he confirmed this was not an impersonator, it was Sang Shua himself reaching out. Sang Shua, a popular young idol-turned-actor, had had a minor clash with him once on a variety show. Yu Xuanchuan had no good impression of him and read the message without replying. He quickly forgot about it. These days, Yu Xuanchuan had plenty to do. After releasing a song and selling the copyright, he finally gave in to Song Hengqing and agreed to collaborate on a new track. Song Hengqing had been relentless, bombarding him with messages every day and claiming he had already told fans about their collaboration, leaving Yu Xuanchuan no room to refuse. When Yu Xuanchuan checked, he realized he had been tricked. Song Hengqing hadn't told fans they were collaborating at all. During a live stream, he had simply asked fans to give him ideas. The fans came up with the plan, but no one actually expected Spring to believe it. Yu Xuanchuan thought, "You've announced something that hasn't even begun yet just to morally coerce me?" The fans' bad idea was just talk, they had no real intention. After all, Song Hengqing kept saying in the live stream, "Go ahead, make fun of me, and you just want to see me get scolded. Spring, you're way too gullible." Even if Spring got tricked, the fun is seeing you two collaborate. Fine, if you're collaborating, you can't back out now. Yu Xuanchuan. Now he had really dug himself into a hole. He could only first warn Song Hengqing and his eager fans. "I haven't touched goofing ancient-style music for 8 years, I can't guarantee you'll be able to produce anything." Chapter 19. Xuanchuan, time for some fruit. Auntie lightly knocked on Yuzhunchen's door. After getting no response for a while, she opened it. "May I come in?" Yu Xuanchuan had fallen asleep on the sofa by the window, his long legs bent, one hand hanging down toward the floor, and his laptop still on his lap. Auntie tiptoed in, placing the fruit plate on the coffee table beside him, and immediately noticed sheets of music scattered all over the floor. She didn't understand them, but from the countless sheets with notes and markings, she could tell Yu Xuanchuan was dissatisfied. It seemed he had taken on some work a couple of days ago, and since then had hardly left his room, often skipping meals. Seeing the dark circles under his eyes had grown noticeably worse, Auntie shook her head. Not understanding why young people today paid so little attention to their health. Fearing to disturb him, she carefully draped a blanket over him as lightly as possible. Yu Xuanchuan, however, wasn't in a deep sleep. He opened his eyes, slightly dazed. "Auntie. Did I wake you?" she asked softly. "Go rest, I won't bother you." Yu Xuanchuan closed his eyes again. The door quietly swung shut behind her, but he had no real desire to sleep and returned to his work. That evening, when Yan Qingchuan came home from work, Auntie immediately complained, "Ah Yan, I'm afraid Xuanchuan will blame me for worrying too much. You're his friend, so talk to him properly. No matter how young, his body can't take this, he doesn't eat, doesn't sleep, and he's visibly thinner." As she spoke, she glanced at Yuzhunchen's closed door with concern. "He didn't even come out for dinner," she added, grumbling. "All right, leave this to me," Yan Qingchuan said with a smile, soothing Auntie as he escorted her to the door. "He's an adult. Don't worry too much." "How could I not worry?" she muttered as she left. Yan Qingchuan changed into comfortable loungewear before knocking on Yuzhunchen's door. The door said "Come in," but he continued to knock. Yu Xuanchuan was puzzled. He got up and opened the door, and music flowed out as it swung open. Their eyes met. Yu Xuanchuan asked, "Yes?" Yan Qingchuan studied him. Auntie's thinner by 2 sizes might have been an exaggeration, but Yu Xuanchuan did look less energetic, with red veins visible in his large eyes. "Why aren't you wearing the new clothes I bought you?" He was referring to the clothes he had picked up for Yu Xuanchuan a few days ago while they were out shopping. Supposedly a thank you for accompanying him. The clothes had remained unopened in the living room ever since. Yu Xuanchuan frowned. "I told you to return them. You don't need to buy me clothes." Yan Qingchuan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. "And what if I just want to buy you clothes? Then you can wear them yourself." Yu Xuanchuan, in a bad mood, raised his hand to close the door. "Nothing else. I'm going back to work." Yan Qingchuan blocked the door, leaning slightly closer. "In a bad mood? Why?" "I'm not in a bad mood." Yuzhunchen's tone was stiff, completely different from the reactive tone he used when teased. Yan Qingchuan glanced around at the discarded drafts scattered across the room. "Trouble at work?" Yu Xuanchuan pressed his lips together, averted his gaze, and didn't reply. Yan Qingchuan grabbed his hand and led him toward the living room. Sometimes I run into problems at work that seem impossible to solve, but no matter how hard, we still have to eat. Right? Yu Xuanchuan struggled a bit but didn't pull away. Yan Qingchuan gently pressed him down at the dining table, smiling, or are you trying to starve yourself so you don't have to work? Not a bad method, but a starving ghost doesn't look good. He talked a lot. Yu Xuanchuan looked down at his meal, though he didn't have much of an appetite and even felt slightly nauseous. He put down his chopsticks, and Yan Qingchuan mirrored him. Auntie's really worried about you, Yan Qingchuan said, unusually sincere, looking into his eyes. So am I. Yu Xuanchuan stayed silent for a moment before picking up his chopsticks again. He didn't know how to respond to such direct concern, and instinctively said, I really am fine. You know, you're like a little dog that can't hide its emotions. Of course, Yan Qingchuan didn't say that out loud. Instead, he dipped his fingertip in water and drew two simple doll faces on the table. When you're happy, it looks like this. One doll had its mouth curved upward, when you're not happy, it looks like this, the other had its mouth curved downward. Yu Xuanchuan looked at the two little faces but remained silent. Yan Qingchuan smiled, pointing to the unhappy doll. You look like this right now. He even mimicked it. Indeed, Yu Xuanchuan had been anxious these past few days. Ever since he had finalized his collaboration with Song Hengqin. When he posted a cautionary note on Weibo, Song Hengqin just thought he was being modest. But Yu Xuanchuan was genuinely nervous. Friends he hadn't met in years and had lost contact with were still putting full trust in him. And the voices of expectation only made him more uneasy. This restless anxiety felt like the fear of returning home after a long absence. Reassembling the strings he had cut 8 years ago was no easy task. Yu Xuanchuan couldn't find inspiration, couldn't write anything satisfying. And constantly thought of the day Shiyufu placed the guitar and other instruments he had secretly kept in front of him. He revised over and over, discarding ideas repeatedly and starting anew each time. But all he managed to write was a pile of garbage. When Song Hengqin occasionally messaged him asking about his progress, he didn't dare to look. Just like Shiyufu often told him, he was no good at anything, couldn't do anything right, couldn't even finish a single song. Yan Qingchuan's concern transformed the anxiety and unease Yu Xuanchuan had nowhere to vent into a nameless irritability. Why bother caring so much? What does it have to do with you? Whenever he felt irritated, he couldn't help but show indiscriminate aggression. Sorry for bothering you like this, Yu Xuanchuan said. I'll move out as soon as possible. He got up to leave. But Yan Qingchuan stretched across the table and quickly caught his wrist. He didn't seem upset about Yu Xuanchuan suddenly losing his temper, nor did he try to correct him. He simply said, a friend gave me 2 bottles of wine. Want to try some? Yu Xuanchuan didn't know how things ended up like this. One moment he was angry, the next he was standing on the balcony with Yan Qingchuan, feeling the warm evening breeze and gazing at the muted city lights below. Behind them, the living room shone as bright as daylight, with clear light spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto his feet. The two of them leaned on the railing. Aside from the occasional clink of glasses, no one spoke. Yan Qingchuan could actually be this quiet too. Yu Xuanchuan glanced at him from time to time. When their eyes met, Yan Qingchuan would tilt his glass toward him with a gentle smile, and Yu Xuanchuan instinctively brought his own glass closer. Clink. He pulled his gaze away, swirling his glass as the ice struck the sides. Why? He suddenly asked. Yan Qingchuan tilted his head. Why what? Why wasn't he angry? Why didn't he blame him for losing his temper? Why didn't he ask when he would start being reasonable? Yu Xuanchuan tilted his head back and downed the whiskey in one gulp, the smoky, dry liquid swallowed whole. Nothing, he said, do you mind if I smoke? Yan Qingchuan, I do. Yu Xuanchuan paused, then put the cigarette back down. Yu Xuanchuan went to pour himself more wine, but Yan Qingchuan reached out and held the glass. He looked up, and Yan Qingchuan said, "You're drinking too fast. Slow down." Yan Qingchuan had already noticed that although Yu Xuanxuan had a bad temper and could get upset easily, he was actually quite reasonable. Especially now, slightly tipsy but not fully drunk, he was clear-headed, quiet, and obedient. Yu Zunqian's thick eyelashes fluttered, and he set the glass down as instructed, muttering softly. "No smoking, no drinking. Didn't expect you to be so bossy." "I never said you can't drink," Yan Qingchuan smiled. "But smoking isn't allowed at home, I don't like the smell." Yan Qingchuan didn't have a particularly approachable appearance, but his gentle gaze and expression softened the harshness of his face. Yu Xuanxuan leaned against the railing, watching him for a while, then turned his head. "Got it." The night view below glimmered like molten gold. Yu Xuanxuan looked at it for a long time, then rested the back of his head against Yan Qingchuan and said, "Earlier I'm sorry." It seemed easier to apologize sincerely when not looking at someone directly. His hair hadn't been cut for over half a month, it had grown a little longer than before, the ends brushing the nape of his neck, making his head look fuzzy. A little like a kitten whose baby fur hadn't fully fallen out. Yan Qingchuan's eyes followed a strand of hair swaying in the wind. "It's okay. I know you didn't mean it." Yu Xuanxuan turned his head, burying his face in his arm, leaving only his eyes visible. Those gem-like eyes shimmered with tiny flecks of light. Yan Qingchuan said, "You were upset, and I forced myself in front of you. You scolded me a little. I deserved it, didn't I? Besides, you didn't even scold me." Yu Xuanxuan opened his mouth, unsure what to say, and closed it again. His chest felt tight and uncomfortable. Yan Qingchuan brushed back the wind-tossed fringe from his forehead. "I may not know how to arrange music, but creating something is probably the same, right? When you don't have inspiration, instead of staying cooped up inside, it's better to get out and walk around, maybe inspiration will come. I think you're just too eager to do everything perfectly. So you're too tense. No one can be perfect in everything, you don't have to demand so much from yourself." His fingertips were slightly cool, and brushing Yu Zunqian's forehead made it tickle a little. Yu Xuanxuan blocked his hand and quickly turned his head away. He felt like Yan Qingchuan didn't really understand. No one could be perfect at everything, but what he had been required to achieve since childhood wasn't just perfection. It was 200%. 300%. "My piano is broken," he whispered. "I'm afraid I won't be able to fix it." Chapter 20. "My piano is broken," he whispered. "I'm afraid I won't be able to fix it." Yan Qingchuan said, "It'll be fine. It will get fixed." Yu Xuanxuan was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Why not just get a new one?" Yan Qingchuan leaned against the half-height railing of the balcony, elbow resting on it. "A new piano wouldn't be the same one, would it?" Yu Xuanxuan buried his head. And after a long pause said, "Yan Qingchuan, you really are a strange person." He had never met anyone like him before, someone who seemed to know nothing, yet somehow knew everything. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Yu Xuanxuan slept well that night. The next morning, his mouth dry, he got up for water. He pulled open the curtains, and the orange-golden sunlight streamed in, filling his eyes. It was going to be a beautiful day. Yan Qingchuan had already left for work. Auntie was tidying up the suits that had just been returned and peeked out from the wardrobe. "Xuanxuan, I sent all the clothes from the sofa to be cleaned." Yu Xuanxuan reacted a moment later and looked at the sofa, it was empty. After a pause, he said, "Thank you, Auntie." "Thank what, thank," she said, lifting her chin toward the dining table. "Breakfast is on the table. Yan Qingchuan said you drank quite a bit last night, so I made some light porridge to help your stomach. Drinking hurts the body. So take it easy." She rambled on, but Yu Xuanxuan didn't feel annoyed. He smiled softly. "Thank you, Auntie. I got it. After a simple breakfast, seeing Yu Xuanchuan change clothes to head out, Auntie's smile grew even brighter, her expression saying clearly, "That's right, young people should get out more, staying home all day is no good." It wasn't until he entered the elevator and caught his reflection in the mirror that Yu Xuanchuan realized what expression he was wearing. He rubbed his face, couldn't help but smile, and lowered his head to put on his mask. Yan Qingchuan was right, when inspiration doesn't come, it's better to go out rather than stay trapped at home in an endless loop of anxiety. For several consecutive days, Yu Xuanchuan stayed out. He visited countless places in City A, big museums, small museums, official ones, private ones, repeatedly. After filling his photo album with over 1,000 pictures, his second-hand Android phone, which he had bought for 2,000 yuan, seemed to struggle under the load, starting to protest. Finally, at a traveling exhibition in City A from a foreign museum, he found inspiration in a piece of cultural relic that had originated domestically, ended up abroad due to various circumstances, and was finally returning to the country. He confirmed the theme with Song Hengqin, receiving the others' full approval, and began gathering materials. Yan Qingchuan called this looting bookstores, because Yu Xuanchuan almost always came home carrying books half his height. Yu Xuanchuan thought half his height was a serious exaggeration. He was just buying some books that interested him. Yan Qingchuan looked at the collection of classical mythology and traditional history books and commented, "I thought a history scholar had come back." When people are speechless, they tend to smile. Sometimes, Yu Xuanchuan didn't even want to smile in front of Yan Qingchuan. Occasionally, Yan Qingchuan would sit with him in the living room to read. He was always curious about the classical history books Yu Xuanchuan had bought, but some of the texts were so academic and dense that, after flipping through a few pages, he would end up covering his face with the book and dozing off. Under the dark indigo sky dotted with stars, the floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the interior of the room. Sleeping at his feet, Yan Qingchuan lay quietly while Yu Xuanchuan sat cross-legged on the carpet. The serene room was punctuated only by the occasional rustle of turning pages and the soft scratch of a pen on paper. The lyrics went through several rounds of revisions before being finalized. Song Hengqin insisted on keeping the string section, it was Spring's signature, but beyond that, they both wanted to include traditional Chinese instruments in the arrangement. Though they couldn't decide exactly which ones. They tried several versions online but were never fully satisfied. Even though Song Hengqin had been in the music scene for nearly 10 years and had experience composing, he primarily focused on singing rather than arranging, so Yu Xuanchuan's ideas were mostly adopted. Out of trust, he didn't interfere much with Yu Xuanchuan's work. Yet even over the internet, he could vaguely sense Yu Xuanchuan's anxiety. Although the final piece was still far off, the demos Yu Xuanchuan sent him had already gone through 4 or 5 versions, and honestly, each one sounded good. But Yu Xuanchuan was never satisfied. Before Song Hengqin could even praise him, he would start critiquing his own work, pointing out flaws. Even when Song Hengqin insisted it was already excellent, Yu Xuanchuan would always reply that it still needed improvement. People with such high standards for themselves are hard to convince with a simple "I think it's good." Song Hengqin tried to relax him, "Well, talk about the song tomorrow. Want to play some games?" "No," Yu Xuanchuan said. He planned to visit the traditional music hall and logged off promptly. Song Hengqin logged into the game alone and also started his live stream. While playing and chatting with fans, someone asked about the progress of the new song. Song Hengqin couldn't help talking about Yu Xuanchuan's meticulous standards. Since the demos were unfinished, he played a short snippet for the fans. The moment the music played, the live stream went quiet. "So good. Can this even be called unfinished? My God, I'm literally a 5. Wow, Spring is really demanding on himself, huh?" He's still not satisfied. Not satisfied. Then what will the final piece sound like? Song Hengqin. Take care of your voice properly. Only at your best can you do justice to the song Spring wrote for you. Song Hengqin. You fake fan, get out of here. If writing a song could be compared to giving birth, Yu Xuanxuan had a long and difficult labor, but finally, it was done. After listening to the final track, Song Hangqing posted a baffling Weibo. Rich people arrange tracks, all live recordings, poor people arrange tracks, all skill spring. Fans were confused, and Song Hangqing replied tearfully, everyone knows Spring wrote a song for me, right? You've all heard the unfinished tracks. I really want to show you his project page, no plugins at all default software sounds, do you get it QAQ? Some fans still didn't understand, but those with even a little musical knowledge immediately got it. Every track Spring wrote for Song Hangqing had no live recordings. Even the so-called unfinished track Song Hangqing had leaked before, which already sounded album ready. Every bit was purely his own handiwork. Who wouldn't say amazing? Song Hangqing also said he couldn't sit still for a moment and was itching to go into the studio immediately. Anyway, being able to sing this song is the least I can do for knowing Spring. The fans' excitement skyrocketed, they all wanted to sneak into Song Hangqing's computer to listen for themselves. In the recording studio, the makeup artist said, "Teacher Sang, let me touch up your makeup." Sang Shua looked down, letting the makeup artist work while scrolling on his phone. Out of the corner of his eye, someone approached. He glanced up, it was Qixia. Qixia held a thermos cup. "Teacher Sang, your voice sounded a bit hoarse toward the end of the recording, so I made you some malva nut tea." Sang Shua was a little surprised. Qixia had debuted as an actor and immediately skyrocketed in popularity. They weren't even in the same field. Qixia had more fame and status than him. Yet he still noticed such a small detail during the recording. Sang Shua was about to thank him and take a sip, when Qixia pulled out a gift box. "Also, this is a small token from me." Sang Shua, confused, asked, "Why are you giving me this?" Qixia said, "I heard you and teacher Yu Xuanxuan had some friction. I wanted to apologize to you on his behalf." Sang Shua was even more puzzled. "What's your relationship with him that you're apologizing for him?" Qixia hesitated. "It's complicated, but I'm sincere." Sang Shua was slightly taller than him. He lowered his gaze, stared at Qixia for a few seconds, and suddenly said, "From this angle, you actually look a little like him, especially your nose." "Really?" Qixia touched his nose. Sang Shua pushed aside the so-called apology gift. "No need. Whatever your relationship with him, this has nothing to do with you." At that time, everyone knew about their argument on the recording set. In all his years since debut, this was the first time he had gone on a one black hot search means a negative trending topic on social media when someone becomes a hot search because of scandal, controversy, or bad publicity, not for something positive. Black hot search with someone else. Just mentioning Yu Xuanxuan put Sang Shua in a bad mood. After dealing with Yu Qixia, he saw Song Hangqing's Weibo. Seeing that the private message he had sent to Spring to request a song had gone unanswered, his expression immediately changed drastically. He furiously typed private messages, the keyboard clacking. "Teacher. Didn't you see my message, Teacher QAQ? Teacher. I've been your fan for many years, I've covered every one of your songs. Teacher. Can I request a song, teacher? I'm really craving it TT. Not getting your song makes me sleepless and unable to eat, teacher. Please, teacher. Look at me." He listened again and again to the unfinished tracks that Song Hangqing had played during his live stream, his mouth watering almost to the point of tears. They sounded so good, why couldn't Song Hangqing sing them for him? Sniff, he really wanted to hear the new song Spring had written for Song Hangqing. Jealousy twisted him, the twist drove him crazy, and the craziness made him repost Yu Xuanxuan's Weibo about the song Long Time No See. "Teacher Spring, please reply to my private message, or I'll have to kneel and beg you." References. One black hot search means a negative trending topic on social media when someone becomes a hot search because of scandal, controversy, or bad publicity, not for something positive.